Dobre, ani si povedal, že ideme za 5.
Can we start?
Pustím si najprv. Či vidíme ho. Task configuration. Môžeme kľudne Jan volať. In English, vieš? Proste takto fičí. Poďme čeknúť, či majú obraz. Ak majú obraz, tak môžeme ísť. Dobre, tak si.
Oh, good morning. We will start with the second day of Pycon Slovakia. I would like to welcome Jano Gondol here. He will mostly repeat what he said yesterday in the morning, but maybe we'll make it shorter this time. So there will be just a small introductory speech, and afterwards we start with the talks in both rooms at 9:30. So please try to get a warm welcome for Jano here.
Good morning, everyone. Yesterday I was all hyped up with, very high voice, full of energy. I'm trying to be gentle with you today because I know yesterday was Friday. Oh, Marek is talking at the intercom. I need to pull it out, sorry. Many of you were partying yesterday, so I'm not going to be yelling at you. I know that some of you, we did a little survey in the hall, like how many hours people slept, and the record length was 5.5 hours. So, if you had more than that, you were one of the lucky ones. So, thank you. So again, very gentle voice now. No hype up, no hyping. How many of you are from Slovakia? So more than half. How many of you are from the Czech Republic? Quite a bunch of you. Other countries? All right. So other countries are probably partying the hardest because it seems that the numbers are a little lower. I hope you enjoyed last night and had a good time. Okay. How many of you, actually I met some of you who said that this was their very first Pycon ever in any country. So for how many of you is this your first Pycon? Oh my goodness. Looks like a half, roughly, a little more. Second Pycon? Okay. Third or more? Well, quite a few keep coming back. This is awesome. All right. That's lovely. So this morning I'll be a lot more brief because you heard everything that is important. The Slovak Python user group has a lot of activities. So Pycon Slovakia is kind of like the annual celebration where we all come together. We also organize meetups. We like to call them monthly meetups, although not every month it works out, but we do meet in between. And please watch our newsletter and the website so that you know about these events and you're able to join us. And also there's this project called Teaching with Hardware, where we teach children programming. It's kind of like a nice segue into what Michaela is going to be talking about soon. So now we are in almost 1,000 schools and work with a lot of teachers. So there's a lot of things happening behind the scenes, and a lot of Python programmers are growing up. And I don't know, have any of you been personally introduced to teaching with hardware? So maybe you either are a teacher or you are in a school where this is being taught, or you have a child who is part of this. How many of you have anything to do with teaching with hardware? So yeah, I was hoping that maybe a little more would be the number would be a little higher. But there's this undergrowth happening, and there's more and more Python programmers being raised, and learning to program in a fun way. Again, there's the booth. So if you'd like to learn more about the Slovak Python community, how you can get involved, what resources are there available for you. Please visit our community booths. They are just outside in the hallway. There's been more than 20 on-site volunteers making sure that this is going as smoothly as possible and that you have a nice time. So if you see someone with a yellow or red lanyard, feel free to ask any questions, or if you had a good time, say thanks. And this is a volunteer-run event, and there's a lot of work happening. Excuse me. Behind the scenes, a lot of preparation happened. I'm trying to to keep the rules and not bring water, and this is how it works out. So, yes, those are the rules of not bringing food and water in these rooms. But please feel free to have some in the hallways, coffee and water. It worked out pretty well yesterday with the cups. So there are cups available, which are reusable. So when you're done drinking, don't throw it out. Put it in a box, and it will be washed and brought back. Code of conduct. You heard all of this yesterday. If there's something that you think needs attention of the organizers, please feel free to raise your voice. Make sure that your point is heard. And on the website, there's the section about us, and under that, there's code of conduct. Veronica and I are part of the code of conduct team. Feel free to reach out, and we will follow up with you. The point is just not to bring any extra rules, but the Python community is so lovely because of people being open, considerate, and respectful. So if just are nice to each other, there's absolutely nothing to worry about or pay extra attention. But if there's anything that you think that needs attention of the organizers, someone is not being considerate or respectful, do reach out. Please get to know each other. These talks are being streamed on YouTube, so if you have friends, feel free to share them. And the extra value is in being here in person. So absolutely make friends and find collaborators. So when you leave here, it's going to have extra value for you. If there's any questions, you already know this. You can either scan the QR code for Slido or go to slido.com and enter hashtag Pycon SK, and you can ask your questions. Questions, as you noticed, are being moderated. So yesterday, if you were disappointed, like, oh, I posted my question and it didn't show on the screen, that's because they are moderated. So if there's a question that has been asked and that is similar, that's why only one of those questions was shown. Wi-Fi, has Wi-Fi been working for you?
Yes.
Okay, a lot of nodding. This is awesome. This is our favorite venue because it always just works. So thank you to the Slovak University of Technology that's making sure that all of these are working smoothly. This is possible. This event is possible because of generous support from our sponsors. So Titans Freelancers, gold sponsors, Python Software Foundation, EuroPython Society. We have silver sponsors, Zurich, IBL, Takeda, Aliter Technologies, Seznam, Blueprint, Bloomreach, and Gopas. And also brown sponsors, Slido, O'Reilly, Alma Career, Sticker Mule. There's Django Girls and Pilot sponsor, Accenture, and we also have media partners, Živé, Nextech, and Robíme IT. Big thank you to all our sponsors. So we're keeping this calm. We're not going to any huge round of applause, but if you have a chance, by all means, visit the sponsor booths. There's a lot of interesting stuff happening over there, so please drop by and visit them. We also have partners, the Slovak University of Technology, BTS Group, which has been graciously doing all the recordings and streamings. Thank you. You've been doing a fantastic job. Cody Dojo Bratislava Lab, IT, Free Food Data Science Academy, Pilates, IT Valley Košice, and Pycon Lithuania. Did you enjoy Lightning Talks last night? Yeah? Okay. So there's going to be another Lightning Talk session today. So please sign up and tell us about your project, things you like to do, anything that comes to your mind, announce your event, anything's fair game. Newcomers are welcome. And any topic is welcome. Lunch is served between 12:35 and 1:35, and no smoking at the terrace. This worked nicely yesterday. Thank you for being cooperative. And if you decide to share anything, the official hashtag is Pycon SK. Our next talk is going to be happening in 10 minutes. So we'll have a 10-minute break now. And just be mindful. It's only happening in this room. The talk will be live streamed into the other room. But this is the only talk happening during this time slot. So we will see each other in 10 minutes. Thank you so much, and enjoy your second day of Pycon.
Thanks, Jano.
prepracované projekty, naučia sa nimi navzájom spolupracovať a hľadať riešenia na rôzne problémy. Hodím informatický sústredí a zábavu. Nie práci mikrobí veľmi pomôžeme učíme hardwareom, teda si môžete stopnúť, pretočiť a skúsiť znova. Všetko je v nich krásne podrobne vysvetlené a nájdete tam množstvo ďalších aktivít aj s ďalšími rozšíreniami. Zistite viac na Učíme s hardwareom, alebo sa prihláste do newslettera pre učiteľov.
Snívaš o tom, ako sa stať vedcom, vynálezcom alebo programátorom? Na hodine informatiky pracujeme s mikrobitom, vďaka ktorému dokážeme naprogramovať skvelé projekty. A čo sme sa už naučili? Poďme sa pozrieť. Naprogramovala som si digitálnu menovku. Keď zatlieskam, zobrazí sa mi moje meno so smajlíkom.
we have still 5 minutes left to go.
Awesome.
What else? Do you have any questions on me?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you do?
I'm a software engineer in Siemens Healthineers here in Bratislava, and I do a lot of strange stuff. Not really development anymore. We are trying to somehow integrate the machine learning stuff. Everybody I think you can go. I will introduce you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So, hello. Welcome for the first talk of today is Saturday. Yeah, it's always like okay. Saturday, first talk. This is Michaelin Jones. She will tell us something about Python teaching stuff. So you are a tutor. You are a former physicist. Okay, so and eventually people get to teaching other people, mentoring, tutoring, teaching children Python. Thank you very much. We really like this topic, as we do the same. So good luck, and please give a warm welcome to Michaelin.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming this morning. So hi, yes, my name is Michaelin Jones. I'm the founder of Astro Tutors. Don't be fooled by the S, it's just me. But I'm very excited to be here at Pycon Slovakia. Thank you so much for having me. I'm super excited to be giving this talk. I've given it several times, but I've revamped the whole presentation for you guys. So it's the first time in this format exactly. I did a little bit similar back in November, but we're gonna have more examples this time. So if you've seen my talk before, then you're in for some new stuff. So my background is in physics. That's when I started off with Python. And then I got out of my degree. I didn't know what to do. And I started working with children because parents wanted me to. And I realized that I needed to write my whole curriculum to really fit what I thought was appropriate for them. So I'm going to be going over sort of anecdotal evidence for my pedagogical style. And hopefully you agree with me. But if you don't, I'm excited to know what you think. So I had to start off with these sort of misconceptions, if you will. Here you can kind of see what the media sort of says about programmers and hackers and all that. To the left, you'll see what my mother wishes I would do. This is also what a lot of parents think they're going to get if they put their kids in programming lessons young, and what a lot of the adult career switchers I work with think is going to be easy for them to get. And I have a whole talk on adults where I kind of debunk that and also give them a lot of helpful advice. But today we're just focusing on the kids for the most part. This is what my mom and my friends think I do, and they are not wrong. And then this is obviously what we all actually do. Help me, large language model, you're my only hope. And then there's what the parents think I do. I really have to mention what I frankly find to be a disturbing trend, where parents often quite obviously want to have some super genius child to show off. This happens more than you really think, and it's not all of them, of course. So we're going to start off today by talking about realistic expectations and methodologies when working with children. And just when it's appropriate to start, and what you can do in the meantime if they aren't ready to really sit down with a hardcore curriculum and start programming in Python. So I want to talk about some of the things that concern me first, because it's great to start on a positive note. So we should start children coding as early as possible, because it's like learning a language, is the #1 line I see in advertising materials. And this really just gets me. Because we're going to talk about language acquisition and how it's similar and different to Python, to learning to code in a coding language. I won't go into it too much because I can spend way too long talking on that. It's very interesting. And just other marketing aimed at convincing parents to put their children in coding classes ASAP. I really want to take away that anxiety. We should really wait for when the kid is ready, and we're going to talk about when to know. And then this disturbing thing that happens a lot is what I've coined the Dunning-Kruger effect, the parentally induced Dunning-Kruger effect, where people think Dunning-Kruger is when you think you're more proficient than you actually are. It's the opposite of imposter syndrome, really, if you think about it. So what I get is children who think they're more competent than they actually are, because their parents take them through super complicated tutorials that are not age appropriate at all. The kid says, look what I made, I can do this, I already know this. And it makes them really unteachable, because they don't want to go over the basics that they really do need to review or just learn in the first place. A lot of parents will do these tutorials with their kids, and then they'll say, yeah, they've already done this. And the kid will be staring at me with these big eyes like, I don't know what we did. So this can cause some complications, because parents will sit in on the lessons and then say, this is too basic for my child, which I guarantee you, if we're going over it, it's not. Children who are afraid to admit that they don't understand something is the most heartbreaking thing that I have to deal with every single day. The parent gets up, leaves the room. I say, do you understand what we've been going over for the past 30 minutes? And the child looks at me and goes, nope. And unfortunately, sometimes it takes 3 weeks, a month of forming a good relationship, teacher-child relationship, for them to feel comfortable to tell me, I don't understand. And I love it when they do that, because that's great. That's knowledge we have to know exactly where to start from the beginning. That's no problem. And then finally, the most concerning trend is just unnecessary screen time. This is a very personal choice for parents. It's good to talk to pediatricians, I always recommend, but there's a lot of research out there where we really need to be looking into how much screen time by age we should really be allowing. And I think that sticking your 6-year-old in a class where they're going to be staring at a screen when they could be, outside playing, I don't know if I agree with that, really. So we're going to start with some things that don't work. Forcing kids into coding classes they just aren't interested in. You're going to put a bad taste in their mouth if they don't want to do it. It's fantastic when they're self-motivated, and I really recommend, doing some things to get them excited about it and then letting them sort of guide you. Pushing kids to do projects that they simply aren't ready for. So following these online tutorials that aren't age appropriate and then assuming they understood. And really just what we want to avoid is this picture to the left over there. I get parents coming in being like, can you teach my 8-year-old how to build a Django web app or something? And I'm like, how about a fun text-based game? And they're like, no. But we're not trying to build a CV just yet. It's going to be okay. I know the economy is rough, guys, but it's all right. Then a linear path, we're going to go over my pedagogical style and what I sort of believe in. But this linear path that assumes that they'll remember literally anything. I found, especially for the younger children, because they don't have the study skills to know to go back and review, I think it's really important to sort of consistently build on what you've learned and make sure you're doing that constant review. Removing the play from learning is just the worst thing you can do, especially for children with their attention spans like gnats. It's really important that you can have fun with it, and that's what I really try to do in my curriculum, and that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to build more, homework problems, but they're really like, here's a game to go and make and share with your friends. And I think, I do get a lot of parents who are like, this isn't serious enough, and that's very frustrating for all involved. So the big problem that I want to pinpoint is we're fixated on teaching children to code, or at least in my industry, this sort of for-profit educational industry sort of tries to say, oh yeah, code, because they want to profit. Let's be honest. I want to profit. I like money, but I don't want to do so, unethically, and I think that there is an issue with that. But I'd argue that we're asking most of the children, especially well before the age of 10, I don't teach younger than 8, if I'm honest, but we're asking, and then I modify it a fair amount. But I think that we're asking them to run before they can walk. And I think that there's so many things that you can have children do that really, develop the brain, develop cognition, develop problem solving. That doesn't have to be coding, and it's going to help them if they decide to become programmers later on. So when they're very, very young, you can start from day one teaching them a foreign language, speaking multiple languages at home. ECM, I just couldn't fit early childhood music education. So my mother has a class for parents and newborns to bond, literally starting from day one, learning about rhythm and melody and harmony and all that. And there's actually a fair amount, a large body of research showing that this is very good, even for newborns, for brain development. Moving into puzzles, reading, art, developing those motor skills, that's really, really good for the brain as well. And then, moving into music lessons and all that stuff. And then you can get into typing, math, logic. I can't teach your kid to code effectively if they can't read, if they can't type. I think it's really important. One of the first things I do when I assess whether or not I can work with a child, we do a little bit of typing, and if they're very much struggling with it, I assign typing problems before we ever get into programming, just because it can, we'll do some demos, and that's another thing that we can do that I talk about, but I really think that if they're at a certain age, so if they're 10, 12, and they still aren't really able to type effectively, that's one of the things that we focus on, because that's an amazing skill to have later on. And then we can get into programming. And I really think that we can start at any age. One of the things that happens, because we're saying, oh, we need to start early, I've seen a lot of adults who want to switch careers feel really discouraged because we're misappropriating programming languages for natural languages, and then they think, oh, I'm too old to learn this. It's not true at all. So don't get discouraged if you're an older adult career switcher and you want to learn to code. But also learn a language when you're older too. It's fine. So how do children learn? There's a lot of things that I think is good to take into account. So one of the first things is just observing. I think it's totally okay to spoon feed them information. I'm not the kind of person who's like, well, I don't know, you figure it out and tell me. I'm perfectly happy to give them as many demos as they need for it to kind of click a little bit. I try to keep the frustration less than or equal to frustration tolerance. So the minute you start getting to that precipice of frustration tolerance is when they start getting really disinterested, once you get past that and they just really can't stand it. It's also something really important because I do sort of subspecialize, and I don't have any certifications, but I quite enjoy working with neurodivergent students, so people with ADHD, people on the autism spectrum. And one of the things about ADHD is you have difficulties with frustration tolerance. And so I do things during the class to really switch things up. So if they're really stuck, I'll take over and have them observe a bit. And so it's bringing back that level of how frustrating the problem is to something that's appropriate. And that's why every class, every course is bespoke for the individual student. Mimicry is a really good way to teach children. That's how they learn anything growing up. So I do this, you do this. And then exploring. Random play is absolutely essential. I do sorts of things where I think sometimes parents will be sitting there going, why are you doing that? The child will ask me something very, very ridiculous, like, well, what if we make this this for loop go like 100 times as opposed to 10? We all know what that's going to do, but the kids get a kick out of it, so I let them go for it. Anything that they just want to try is really important. And then doing things to stimulate your senses. You might be wondering, well, what can we do in Python to stimulate the senses? Because we can't smell Python. But one of the things we can do is play around with Turtle. I think that Turtle is an awesome tool for teaching children. And this is also one of the things that we can do sort of where they don't have to be hands-on programming as much, but they can still collaborate. You can say, what color do you want the turtle to be? How many times should he move forward? How far do you want him to go? How much to the left? And so this is a way that we can sort of incorporate something visual. They can actually see how a for loop works, for instance, like we have up here. Something very simple, but they find it really, really fun and entertaining, and they can do all sorts with it. And then finally, I think that feeling safe, encouraged, and having adults who are excited about what they're learning is the most important thing. My students who do the best, their parents are in the room, but they're generally non-programmers who are sitting there going, oh my God, I didn't know you could do this. This is so cool. So that's always awesome. The kids really feed off of that, and I really love to see that when I'm working with a new family. So I'm going to skim over this part because I go into this in detail, and all of my other talks you can look up on like JingoCon Edinburgh. I gave a talk on this. But basically, I do want to debunk this idea that learning a language is like learning to code. The simple answer is no, but yes. So there's a lot of similarities as far as the skills it takes to learn anything hard. I think it's excellent to learn a language when you're young because you learn study skills, and that's really important. But, like with music, like with art, really anything that you need to repeat over and over again. There's some ideas of, syntax, grammar, communicating what you want to do. That's similar to kind of what we're trying to do in programming, of course. Learning important vocabulary, levels of fluency. So, you can be a certain level of proficiency, right, within a language or within a programming language. And then there's, repetition, practice, application, and abstraction. These are all a part of learning a language as well. But, really, I like to point out the learning mindset required and why it's great to start your kids off with a natural language when they're very, very young. But there are a lot of differences. Firstly, there's a really cool study. You guys can check out this link, basically where they show that it's not just activating the language center of the brain or activating the mathematical parts of the brain. It's actually activating this part of the brain just associated with anything difficult, like doing a crossword puzzle or something like that. So programming really is its own thing neurologically, which I find really fascinating. We haven't evolved to have like a coding center of the brain yet. But while learning, it's somewhat similar as far as just acquiring a new skill. So how we teach languages effectively may guide how we should teach programming, but actually how we teach programming effectively could guide really how we teach anything. So I think it's all related to each other. But I really do think that when children are younger, I don't like that we're emphasizing, teach them to code. It's like learning a language. The younger you start, the better. Teach them a language when they're younger, because the language that you speak or languages that you speak influence, having a higher language aptitude later on. Better focus, actually, which is very helpful when you're trying to acquire any new skill like programming. Increased cognitive flexibility, so you have this code switching when you switch fluently between two languages or more, and it's correlated with mathematical ability. So there's a lot of benefits of being bilingual. I just always like to point out to people that you actually think differently and you solve problems differently based off of the languages you speak. But the main reason I like to point this out is I do like to emphasize it's really great when people have pedagogical materials in other languages and we can all share and translate. So I really like to encourage anyone who wants to work with people creating resources. All of my resources are free and available. And if anyone wants to translate anything, absolutely go for it. And likewise, I can help with English. All right, so before we get to this point, because we're talking about when they're younger, what can you really be doing? There's so many things that you can do. Providing puzzles, using real life situations, So I have these cupcakes over here. I've forgotten the word for the slot in the tin. I don't know if any of you know, but basically you can, as you're baking cupcakes with somebody, you can say, okay, while I have this amount of cupcake batter, I can scoop cupcakes out, right? For each slot in this tin, I can fill it with cupcake batter. So your language and how you're explaining things can help your child develop these sort of, this sort of logic, if you will. So there's so many things that you can think of in your day-to-day life where it really is just a for loop, something like that. But I think the most important thing and the sort of takeaway here is allow them to follow their own interests. The people I know who went into programming and were the most successful, they were self-driven. They started off with text-based games. They started off solving some problem in their physics class that they really wanted to program instead, something like that. So they took it and made it their own. So I think that if you let young children do anything that stimulates brain development, you're not going wrong. So I just want to take away that anxiety that a lot of parents come to me with of, oh my God, it's like learning a language and my child is already 8 and they haven't started Python. It's okay. That happens, I swear. You laugh. So when are they ready? I want to emphasize, I really don't teach younger than 8. I really prefer 10 years old. And I have to ask parents to really mitigate their expectations when they come to me. So I explain it, and if they aren't happy, I just don't work with them. It's fine. I'm not going to take your money and then act like I can give you a service that I don't think your child's ready for. But if your child is showing genuine interest, so I have a lot of 14-year-old boys, 15-year-old boys who really like video games, and they come to me and we start off with basic Python, we'll get into Turtle, and then we'll talk a bit about Pygame. So they have something that they really want to do with it. I think that's fantastic. I'm always asking people, adults and children, what problem do you want to solve? And then we'll sort of tackle it from there a bit. If they're asking what-if questions, so I think something that's really great is, barring too much screen time, but we're all sitting there, we're all programming. If your kid comes up to you and says, "Hey, what are you doing, Daddy?" Show them. And then if they're asking, well, what if you do this? Well, what if you do that? Or if you show them some simple code that's more age appropriate, and just tweak it for them. You can type for them, and then let them sort of see what happens. And if it's an error, we get to go, oh, yay, we have a problem to solve. So I really try to take away that fear of that error message. But I think that definitely doing some little demos like this. So they're ready to work on their typing skills. That's really good, or they're already okay with typing is what I prefer before we take off with the Python. And I really do think that some math background helps as well. So I've yammered on and on about how people want to just teach their kids too young, but why should we teach them to code? I mean, this is a Python conference, for goodness sake. Of course I believe we should teach children to code. But, I think it's great. They're like information sponges. It'll likely be useful later for them in life. It'll teach them resourcefulness and self-reliance. And it can also teach them teamwork. I think that it's fantastic if you can put, group classes together, and I'm working on putting my summer programs together right now, to have kids work together in groups. It can also teach them logic and problem solving, which is just always useful. And I think something that is really great is you can use it to supplement and reinforce coursework, and I'll show you guys something really cool later on you might be interested in. But I was really lucky that my calculus teacher loved to teach us to make little programs in TI Basic to solve our problems in calculus, and so I think that's a really good way to supplement what we're doing in schools, is bringing in programming and letting kids try to do their homework with some programming. So what do I focus on when I teach children? It ranges, of course, depending on age, but the logic of the problem solving, how can we tackle this, how can we go about this? Developing confidence in finding the answers. It's not about what you know, it's about, can you find out what you don't know? Can you ask the right questions, and then can you follow through and try to find a solution from there? Not freaking out if you don't know the answer. That's a great place to start. Self-motivation as well. So, I don't know, can you tell me? No. I want you to be like, all right, I'm gonna go find that out. So I think that's something really important that you can definitely foster as part of their personality. creativity. We make fun little stories. I'm going to show you guys some code snippets that we do to give you guys some idea if you don't want to hire me and you want to do this on your own, and then, good commenting. So this is one of my pet peeves because I once had a professor who didn't comment his code, and all of his variable names were like A, B, X, Y. I had no idea. And one time he sent me some code like this, and the only comment was, "This should be self-explanatory." So that's not allowed when I'm teaching. So we talk about, what should a nice block of code look like. Here's a full, readable comment with good variable names. I can definitely give this to somebody else and they can know what I did here. More importantly, a year down the line, when I look at it, I don't look at it and be like Gandalf, in the Mines of Moria, like, I have no memory of this place, which is more common. So my pedagogical style is I sort of draw on the spiral method. We start very, very basic and then do constant review whilst increasing the difficulty. So constantly coming back to those initial problems and doing a bit of review at the start of each class, and then incorporating that into today's problems. So we do demos to start off, which is just me showing them what we're gonna kind of be doing with the whole class. My first class is me just demonstrating what we can do. So for instance, I'll show them a for loop the first day, and then they'll change the number that we're doing. They get a kick out of making this 100 and having it count down, stuff like that. So I'm the one typing, but they're shouting out what they want me to do. Same with the turtle for loop, the different colors and all that stuff. Asking what-if questions, this sort of goes into the demos. I'm doing the demos, and then they start asking a bunch of things. Well, what if you did this? What if you did that? And then we go, I don't know, let's try. And then I usually do know, but, anyway, I don't want to give it away. That's the fun of it. So, if we did 100, and then what happens here? Guided mini projects that are usually text-based games. So I had some kids, they make games, and then they take it to school, and they show their friends, and they're very proud of that, and their friends can play their games. I think that this is just a great way to start off. It's not too serious, but it's a great learning tool. My favorite one is the Choose Your Own Adventure story. This is a really great one. You guys can try with your conditional statements. Which door do you choose? And then if the door choice is this, then this happens. And we keep going and going and going. And so this helps them also practice with how does indentation work in Python, things like that. They get a lot of indentation errors, and I have to sit there with it's horrible. But they really like it. And then, we review a short syntax question, stuff like fill in the blanks, to be honest. This is sort of at the start of the class. All right, what am I missing here? Don't forget that colon. Do you see how I indented here? And basically, how would I get this, some output that I want? Then there's puzzles. So I actually quite like codingbat.com. It's a little bit out of date, but it's totally free, and it's really, really good for logic. I assign it to my adults, and as well as like leak code, stuff like that. It's really good for little short practice problems. So this is a really, really good one. I recommend you guys check out. This is a fun problem, but it's called Make Bricks. So we want to make a row of bricks that is goal inches long. We have a number of small bricks, 1 inch each. This was written by Americans. And big bricks, 5 inches each. Return true if it is possible to make the goal by choosing from the given bricks. So this is a little harder than it looks and can be done without any loops. So it's a fun little challenge. I like this one a lot. And I think they have to use floor division for this one, which most of them are like, I don't remember you doing that. Yeah, I did. And then, we get into arbitrarily more complex problems that tie together more subjects. So we'll go back to their choose your own adventure game. We'll put in some F strings because F strings are fun and nice and Pythonic. And then I'll have them do a game loop or something like that, which is what you'll see in Pygame or something. You have a while true, and then the game will run until, you make it false, basically. So if I do some sort of exit key or something like that. So this is a good little way to kind of review while loops and stuff while sort of introducing a concept that they can use later on if they're interested in making a little game in Pygame. Some more examples. So we can, when they first start off with like F strings, multi-line strings, we do something called a code cake. This is not my idea, but I thought it was super cute. This is from the book Python for Kids, and basically you just make this multi-line string where they can make a cake basically out of any symbols they want and sort of like decorate the cake, and it's like a multi-layer sort of wedding cake kind of thing, and they have a lot of fun with that. Mad Libs are really good. A lot of people in the next generation, how old am I? They don't know what a Mad Lib is, so I have to show them what Mad Libs are, and then they go, oh, that's cool. See, it's like this fill-in-the-blank silly story, and we'll kind of do this with the input function, and then they'll be able to make a new silly sort of Mad Lib, but in Python. The random story is good, so they make a list of strings, and then using the random module, they'll randomly select an item from the list to fill in the blanks, and a story sort of builds on that Mad Lib. And then this turtle racing game is really, really fun. You have all these turtles on the screen here, and you can make them race randomly, and then go, oh, who do you think's going to win this time? Well, it's random. But we can actually change the parameters around to sort of make it more likely that one turtle is going to win or not. So they also have fun with that as well. And then for students age 14 plus, this is when it gets pretty cool, what we can do, really useful stuff. So we always go through the sort of basics like before, and the older kids really quite enjoy it as well. But then we can get into, Turtle I think is a good place to start, but if they're interested in games, it's not my sort of interest, but if it gets them excited, then I'm happy to go along with it and let them play. So we do a bit of Pygame. But for their science fair projects or something like that, use the PyData stack. Like it's awesome. And so we'll do a bit of pandas. We'll do some nice visualizations with Matplotlib, Seaborn, all that stuff, and you can really make some nice visualizations that way. And then over to the left here is something I'm really excited about. This is a calculator that you can program in Python on. So that's something I'm playing around with right now, and I'm trying to sort of write a curriculum or sort of a supplementary source of materials for teachers to use in their math classes, in their statistics classes, science classes. It's a cheaper option for students who can't afford a computer at home, but maybe could afford an 80 to 100 euro calculator, and they come refurbished and used. And sometimes schools have grants to buy these Texas Instrument calculators. So coming from Kentucky, which is a relatively poor area in America, this is something that I'm quite passionate about, making all of this accessible. And of course, Python, we're an open source, free and open source community, and I think that that's something that we can really make an impact by teaching people Python. So what about adult learners? You'd be surprised how many of them come to me and they're just so lost and confused, and then I give them my curriculum for children, and they have all these aha moments. So I actually have this philosophy that maybe we're going a little bit too hardcore for the newcomers who are coming in from a non-technical background. So I have a very gentle introduction to Python. I change some of my wording around a little bit, some of the projects around a little bit, but for the most part, they're working with the same curriculum that my 8-year-olds are working with, and we just get through it probably a little bit quicker oftentimes. But if not, that's totally okay. I currently have somebody who's in his late 60s, early 70s, and he's just doing this for his brain, and he loves these little projects and stuff. But we're going very slow, and he's doing great. He's doing fantastic because he's very passionate, so he keeps up the practice. But yeah, I think a lot of adult materials are too frustrating up front. So if you guys are coming to this talk saying, oh, well, actually my girlfriend, my wife, my friend is wanting to learn to program, try seeing if maybe you're assuming a little bit too much about how easy it really is. So we all have to do a reality check when we're teaching these things. It might not be as easy as you think it is. So start slow and fun with some text-based games, things like that. But I definitely take a bit more guidance from their professional goals, of course. So my interest and my main background is in data science. So most of the adults coming to me, that's what they're trying to switch into, data analytics, data science. And so then we'll get into working with pandas and scikit-learn and all that stuff. So I just want to leave you guys off on this one. This is my working draft of something I'm calling the Zen of Python education. I'm curious about standardizing our goals with education and what we think is good Pythonic Python education. So something I didn't see in adult materials that I'm very passionate about always introducing and always mentioning to my children as well when they're ready is the PEP 8 style guide. So PEP 8 existed for a reason. Refer to the actual documentation and not some random website. Simple explanations are better than complex. Keep it nice and simple, give simple demos, everything like that. Complex, of course, if you have to be complex, it's better than complicated. You will have to repeat things. We can't all be Dutch, which is a reference to Guido. If you still don't get it, just give it a go. This is the one thing I teach all my students. I'm just like, just try it. You're going to get errors, and that's going to help you out. Start Googling, just go for it. Because they get into analysis paralysis, and then they just sort of, flop and go, I don't know, can you do it for me? And that's never going to help them in life. So short, frequent lessons, in my opinion, are better than long. I get forced into, hour-long lessons with 8-year-olds. I think 30 to 45 minutes is really good. But, it's all about sort of gauging the child and seeing where they're at with their concentration levels and keeping those frustration levels appropriate. A good amount of frustration is fine. Too much frustration, they'll get burnt out and not want to do it. Long workshops definitely have their place, though. So if things are more fun, upbeat, there's maybe some physical movement involved. So for the younger kids, then it makes a lot of sense to maybe have like a day of code, something like that. And of course, for the adults, we have like 3.5-hour workshops that I do. Programming is not a spectator sport. Get your hands dirty. So people just want to watch this. I say this about math. I also teach maths and physics, and I'm like, you have to do the problems yourself. You can't just watch somebody else code and know how to code. But YouTube videos are fantastic. I will say, I've noticed that there are some people out there who, when they're just getting started off, they decide to create content as a way to share what they're learning, but they don't say that they're learners. So do check out the comments, because people who really know what they're talking about will say, that's not the best way to do that. But the best thing about Python is our community. I've never seen somebody, well, I'm sure there are people out there, but I've seen so many nice people who will see a really egregious error, and it's somebody saying this is like a fact, this is the way you should do it, and they very nicely and politely say, I wouldn't do that, I would actually do it this way. So I think that's the best thing about Python is our community, of course. Error messages are our friends, don't freak out if you see all that red. And then meetings are one honking great idea. Let's do more of those. So I'm kind of hoping for more meetups for children as well, but meetups in general are great. All right, so, and I'm wondering what you guys think. Do you agree, really, and what would you add to this? All right, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. You were truly awesome, and we have a lot of questions. Yeah, I didn't expect that. So I will quickly start because we have only 6 minutes left. So at school, we typically teach children basics of all science, but when it comes to informatics, our children are taught Microsoft Word or PowerPoint. Is this also the case in other countries? Do we need to change something, or is there a country that we can get inspired by?
Great question. I'm not very sure about informatics in other countries. I do know that where I come from, education in America is based, really region by region, state by state, just area code by area code, because the funding comes from, the housing taxes. So the richer areas have computers. And so, not to make a political commentary, I have no opinions on that. And so anyways, yeah, when I was younger in my school, we did have PowerPoint and Microsoft Word and all these things, and that was really it. I remember she taught us, if your computer's not working, turn it off and on again. And that's how I got my first job in IT. But yeah, no, I do think that we need to talk, as a community about what should we be expecting, schools to be providing. And I'd be interested if anyone knows what certain countries are doing that you think is really, really good. Then that would be great. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thanks. We have an everlasting joke in Slovakia about teaching Turbo Pascal. So that works here all the time. Like all these old teachers and young teachers, they always have they revert to Turbo Pascal that they teach all the time. Yeah, I don't know, sorry about some of them. So, but that's here. After Word and Excel. Okay, so the second one, I believe the biggest issue is to fight the social network influence. Often my teenage daughter asks, Dad, but what's the point? Everything's been invented. If not, somebody will do that next week. Yeah, let me scroll my TikTok feed. I struggle to find an argument to that. Any pointers?
Yeah, I'm sick of this argument. So I just want to be clear, and this is what I tell all of my students. Yeah, you can Google it, or you could have ChatGPT do it for you, but you have to have the expertise to know when what you're looking at is wrong. It's not the best way to do it. Furthermore, critical thinking skills, problem solving, is always useful. Okay, when I did my physics degree, I did a bunch of problems that had already been solved before. Why? Because I can do harder problems that haven't been solved later on. So it's never useless. And I just think that this is very silly. Everything is useful. If I'm learning Irish and people are like, why would you do that? Well, because it's a very, very different language from English. And I think it's fantastic for your brain, is one reason.
Learning by doing, yeah. That's okay. Let's continue. What about the visual coding? Visual coding, Baltic, Scratch, Turtle programming, yeah, we have something similar at our schools.
Yeah, I don't work with Scratch. I've heard it's an excellent resource. I do work with Turtle, and absolutely the visual aspect of that is phenomenal. It's very useful. I really want to put together a workshop teaching children to code with Turtle, so that's something I have in the pipeline. I think that if you're working with Scratch, if you want to work with Turtle, if you want to work with me to put something together, come and talk to me.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. We have 2.5 more minutes. So I think the attitude of parents is crucial. Once when I was lecturing, a parent forgot to mute their mic, and he was very rude to his kid. It was sad. How do you work with parents, actually? That's the biggest problem, yeah, not the child. Children are fine.
Yeah. I mean, listen, it all comes down to, I asked to be paid up front, and I don't offer refunds. So so I get control. And that's the way I think it should be, because I know I'm very good at what I do. I'm very reliable. I always show up. I always teach, and I'm always prepared. So people know what they're getting before they pay. But if they show up and they're really creating a learning environment that is not going to work for us, I do ask them to leave. And yeah, I do know if you're just standing there off screen, all right? Because your child has a totally different demeanor, because I will have parents who will literally stand in the corner of the room and act like they're not there so that I don't know they're there. It's a whole thing. So no, it's really crucial. You have to stay positive. You can't just force your kid to learn something. But it's the way I work with parents is I'm direct, I'm respectful, but I have my rules, and they know before they start to work with me. And I do these talks. People come to me because they see these talks online, and they know my philosophy, and I'm very straight with people before we sign that contract and we start.
Thank you. Yeah.
Have boundaries.
Last question. Do you think Python is the best first programming language?
Of course.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And don't hesitate to ask Mikhailin questions afterwards, after somewhere.
I'll be around. Come talk to
hallway.
me. I'm very chatty. Thank you.
Can you raise your hand if you believe that your code that you write is beautiful? Okay. Let's try. Okay. Would you like your work to be beautiful? Yeah, that's nice. That sounds like it. So today I'll be talking about payments and the software that is used to collect payments. But I'll also be talking about ownership and beauty, which are the key ingredients to make software effective, regardless of its purpose. You might be wondering why that is important in the talking payments, but to me it is because every time I tell people that I build payment applications, they always go with the same question. Why don't you outsource it to a platform? It's just a few lines of code, right? And to be fair, small businesses should be fine with this. If your company operates at very small scale, you're not technical, outsourcing payments is a very good platform. And to a platform is a very good idea. But you see, everyone here is technical enough. Even if you're a solopreneur, this doesn't apply to you. So why is that? Well, first, because every company makes money by giving their customers the opportunity to give it to you. Handing that to a platform who may not have your best interests at heart, it's a recipe for headaches and problems. And second, because, I mean, at least it's been my experience, maybe it's yours as well, every API that I've integrated with has proven less than satisfactory and less than effective than it looked like in the beginning. And in time, it had to be painfully migrated away, no matter how platform agnostic they claim to be. So every integration has this integration in the horizon. And if that's not enough to convince you, consider this. Do you feel that writing these few lines of code would make you a better engineer? That delegating rather than building is the mark of good craftsmanship? Because I believe it doesn't, and it isn't. Even the great artists of our generation know this. Craftsmanship is not about cleanness, but about getting your hands dirty. Craftsmanship is tied to the feeling that you get when your company is successful and you directly contributed to it. Craftsmanship means writing beautiful code, but also owning it. And that's how it works, feels like an adventure. My name is Álvaro Durán, and I engineer payment application at Kiwi.com, the leading global travel tech company headquartered in the Czech Republic. Over the last year, we've worked on redesigning their payment application fully in Python. And we now get support to new payment methods with ease that help us give travelers the ability to pay the way they want at scale. And in this talk, I'm going to teach you how. There's a dual nature in payments that Python is well suited to address. But to make that obvious, I want to explain why payments are very deceptive to build and where engineers tend to make the mistakes more often. First of all, regulation. The payment networks impose very specific rules on how money should be handled. To connect directly with Visa, for example, you need to apply for a special membership that is time-consuming and very expensive. So instead, what most companies do is to partner with intermediaries, those called payment facilitators or PayFacs. Those providers I like the process, but the downside is that you're dependent on their APIs to access payments. Regulation means that we're almost always going to integrate with at least one provider. And when I say at least one, it's because as your company scales and starts doing business globally, you're better off partnering with multiple providers. This becomes this benefits buffet, where every payment that goes through your system is routed to the provider that costs the least or gives you the best acceptance rate. If you want to go global, and most internet companies want to, then integrating with multiple providers is a must. But what trips engineers the most is the belief that payment online are card payments. And that's not true. Right? This should be news to you. The payments world has changed, and it's changing really fast. So just to give you an example, can you raise your hand if you've never heard of PayPal? Revolut Pay. Yes, here's the thing. PayPal and Revolut Pay are not card payments. In both cases, you've got a balance that you can top up, and you can use that balance to buy things online. And even if cards are still everywhere, they're very expensive for the businesses that support them. And this is why some stores, you may have seen it, that require a minimum amount to make the purchase in order to use a credit card. Otherwise, you have to use cash. This happens in bars a lot. However, if you go on YouTube and search for payment system design, you'll find the design is heavily card-centric. There's a disconnect between engineers who design payment applications and how people behave nowadays. Globally, everyone's habits when it comes to money has radically changed. And it's normal part because of COVID-19. And there's no way that the ship will stop there. So engineers who choose to focus on cards only nowadays are fools. Flexibility is the key, therefore. Flexibility to change providers under strict regulation, flexibility to adjust implementation so that the payment gets routed to the optimal provider, and flexibility to accommodate every innovation. It's a beautiful challenge. So why is Python well positioned to address this challenge? Because not all flexibilities are equal. Total flexibility is bad because move fast and break things is not something that finance people like a lot. Payment applications must be flexible when it comes to the specific of each payment method, but you don't want them to be too flexible to be unstable. After all, we're talking about money. Wherever you interact with payment application, you want things to remain consistent, invariant, and stable. Because the purpose of a payment application is to hide the nitty-gritty details of what it takes to pay. This fear of instability is behind the adoption that Java enjoyed in finance in the 90s, under the promise of write once, run everywhere. Java belongs in the camp of engineers who reject the move fast and break things by choosing to moving slow and leaving things alone. But that's not the camp we're in. If we tried to build payment applications in Java, we wouldn't be able to adapt to the rapid change that the payment industry is experiencing. Flexibility is not idiomatic in Java, it's too verbose. And if you ask me, it's not beautiful. On the other end, there's Ruby. Lots of companies have used it, and very successfully, in the early stages, because it provides a great deal of flexibility. However, it's been obvious that there's a subset of problems that things like type systems and all the stability features are poised to address more beautifully. Ruby's, though, have more or less rejected this idea, trying to preserve a sense of playfulness at the expense of effectiveness. So Python is right in the middle of these two approaches. It's flexible enough to move at pace, and it's been refined by the widespread adoption. It now supports many desirable features for building stability into your system. Python, and this is something that I think all the programming language communities on the play benefit tremendously from network effects. As far as open source libraries go, we Pythonistas are used to a level of support that is unheard in other languages. I mean, look around. We Pythonistas are the biggest pool of developers when it comes to language adoption, and it shows. That's why when a provider builds an SDK, they tend to build it first in Python. Python is therefore this yin and yang of flexibility. It helps engineers move fast enough and improving things over time. It's the perfect payments language. It bears repeating, there's a dual nature in payments, what keeps evolving and what remains stable. If we want to design payment applications effectively, we must therefore build them in two layers, a stable layer on top and a flexible layer on the inside. But more importantly, these two layers must remain only in one direction. What I mean by that is that flexible layer knows about how the stable layer is built, but not the other way around. Abstractions should never depend on details. These designs shouldn't only favor this relationship, but it must prevent it from going the other way around. And for that reason, inheritance doesn't work. That's because inheritance allows for a bidirectional relationship. Look at this. I can use the members from the parent class in the child, and I can just do things around. Having children being a parent means that they gain access to everything that belongs to them, polluting the code and making local reasoning impossible. This is a mess. And therefore, we must employ composition. So this is the strategy pattern. You can look it up in Wikipedia. The key here is to notice that the parent has a child rather than being a child. The subclass is an attribute and doesn't have access to anything that belongs to the parent, whereas the parent can simply invoke the child and access everything it's got. And if you've done anything with React, you know what I'm talking about. So look at this. I have two contexts built with different strategies. And these two strategies are being applied consistently by the same context class using the same method. The context doesn't change, and that meet happens inside the strategies. Now, how does this manifest in payments? Well, surprisingly, this isn't flexible enough. So when it comes to payment methods, copycats are everywhere. Like, raise your hand if you honestly believe that you know what's the difference between Apple Pay and Google Pay. Really? Okay, good stuff. You have to implement them to find that out. Many parts are just the same, but some things like the structure of the requests and the responses and the endpoints they're being called, that kind of stuff, they're different actually, yeah. But if I want to implement the strategy pattern for Apple Pay and Google Pay, how should I go about this? Should I go the route of having a single strategy for each one of them and giving up on code reuse? Or should I have a company pay strategy of sorts where I pass an argument that I will explode into who knows how many if statements inside that class? I didn't say I want to write beautiful code. This isn't beautiful. So how do we solve this? Well, we relax the boundaries of what a strategy is. Instead of forcing the strategy to be a standalone class, we can replace the idea of strategy with a list of classes that we can call blocks, like a blockchain. I surely wish the name wasn't taken already. So check this out. The payment flow has an attribute blocks, which is a list, and the method is meant to loop through all the items inside that list, so that it can call run in each one of them. Each block can then be a class that implements a run method and does whatever it needs to do, specifically built for the task that it's meant to do. Notice how easily it is read the first half and then the second half, as if turning a page from a novel. Now, the whole payment flow is the context, and each instance is a strategy. Depending on the blocks that you pass onto it, you get a different result. Isn't that beautiful? We can now build a list of blocks for Apple and Google Pay, and each one of them having parts that are common, like the prepaid check, and parts that are unique to each one of them. And we no longer talk about strategy, so that's the downside, but I think the overall effect is way better. The problem, though, is that what is happening inside that payment flow? It cannot change across all paying methods. So how do we define these methods? What is common across all payments? And not that we're not running about options here. This is what you get when you search for payment method ecosystem. It's word salads, it's tiny logos, it's a Cambrian explosion of ways to move money around. Is the task even possible? Can we define payments in terms of technology? Well, my answer is obviously yes. The reason is that we figured out a way to classify payment methods that not only it's simple enough for me to spend the rest of these talking about, but it's also exhaustive. And that means that every payment method that exists, has existed, or will exist, can be placed somewhere in this taxonomy. Curious? Okay, let's go. A payment is a promise made by an authorized party. A payment is a promise made by an authorized party. I chose those words carefully because both the concepts of promises and the concept of authorization are actually computer science concepts. One is related to the sync and async communication, and the other is related to identity management. And that means that we can place all payment methods along two axes, whether the customer needs to perform some action to become an authorized party or not, and whether the payment finalizes synchronously or asynchronously, like promises. Like good engineers, we've taken an impossible task, which is figuring out what's common across all payments, into a tractable problem, figuring out a way to manifest these two dimensions in the code. So let's start with identity management. How do we make sure that both the with and the without customer action flows can be supported? One possible way is to make the pay method private. And that means we design the application so that the pay method can only be called in one of two ways. At initialization, where every payment goes first, the block can give us three kinds of results. Success, in which case the pay method gets called directly, fail, and you just return. And also requires action, which is a special in the sense that it returns like fail, but it's meant to be called again. Because inside the response, there's metadata for the client that is going to show the customer what action to proceed with. And they can do whatever they have to do. And then, if the action is completed, some other action data will be sent to the request to another method, when we call it process actions, which will be either successful and therefore will lead to calling this pay method, or it will fail. This is elegant because sometimes you have no idea whether the provider is going to require some action from the customer. Like, for instance, if you pay with a card in Europe, you're likely to be redirected to your banking app. But outside, it rarely happens. This is actually the perfect segue to talk about async versus sync flow. And you see, sometimes the customer isn't immediately requested to complete an action. More often than not, the provider is the one asking the customer to complete the action with a banking app or something else out of your control. Your payment application will hang because now your user have to go through the app, spend some time there, and return if they ever do. Thankfully, the provider won't leave you hanging. Instead, it does what everyone here, I believe, is expecting. It returns a response with the status pending, and will call a callback URL with enough data so that you can acknowledge that the payment has gone through. And in order to accommodate both flows, you can split the pay into the pay process into pay and process pay methods. You can call pay, which may go immediately after process pay if the flow is synchronous, or you can wait for the webhook to call the callback URL, which will trigger the process pay method if the flow is synchronous. Now, that's a theory. In practice, the provider will be messing with you, and big time, because these providers have agreed contractually that you will be notified of 99.999% of all the payment request outcomes. And that means that they're designed to bombard you with multiple notifications just to guarantee that. And this is actually good news. No payment gets forgotten. But the bad news is that the payment may go through the sync and the async process at the same time. These, at least once delivery, is prone then to race conditions. And race conditions are the worst thing in payments. When that happens, multiple payments get accounted for, when in reality only one has happened. You lose money on every transaction when a race condition happens. And I mean, this is supposed to earn you money instead, right? So how do we fix this? One way is to place a decision logic right in front of the calling of the blocks. This is a mutual exclusion thing for those definition nerds out there. The payment gets transitioned to process pay started or whatever. And so if one thread invokes the method while there's another one running it, it will get rejected. And this is very elegant because there are other situations in which the decision logic could be helpful, like preventing over refunds, retry payments, etc. And these design can accommodate that and more. And to bring this home one more time, payment applications are designed with flexibility. Python's key feature is the foundation of payment applications. It's what keeps developers in sync with the hectic payment industry, while at the same time maintaining control and stability. Composition and the chain of blocks is the manifestation of that flexibility in the code. Instances become the real-world implementation of the abstracted payment flows. And speaking of payment flows, a design based on a technical definition of payments is how we implemented those abstracted classes, where we are making the pay method private to accommodate customer actions, splitting pay method into two methods for sync and async flows, and wrapping them with a decision logic mechanism to prevent race conditions. And if this has resonated with you, I got a surprise. I've been working on a Django package that ties all together, and it's called Django Acquiring. If you like the talk, you should give it a star on GitHub. I hope I've convinced you that building a payment applications not only is easier than you thought, but it's also very, very exciting. This is how we redesigned payments applications at Kiwi.com, and I couldn't be happier about it. Not because it's simple, because honestly it isn't, but because thanks to this, work feels like an adventure. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you. I have a question actually. How does this scale? So when you get to more and more payments, how do you scale this? Is this like a vertical scaling, horizontal scaling?
So in some sense, this is actually positioned to address the scalability really well. This decision logic mechanism is meant to be used not only because your provider is pestering you with notifications, but also because you can scale it horizontally pretty well. One thing I would warn is against the idea that just because payments is scale by design, that means that you need lots of distribution and scalability and all that stuff. In the end, what happens is that even though the scale is big for payments, it's spread throughout the global world. Not everyone is paying at the same time. Some people are sleeping. And that means that you don't have peaks. You tend to have a much more stable kind of scale, which allows Visa to only have 6 data houses spread throughout the world.
Yeah, so how about the Black Friday and all these?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, in a sense, yes. But still, I don't think, unless you will grow to be really, really, really big, the scale in payments isn't as important as all the paid parts of the whole business code. I haven't had the experience to be it that way.
Yeah, okay. So this is maybe related to the question that we actually got here. Execution speed in Python. So when you get to these microtransactions, which you get like really, I don't know, like I'm not sure about this case, but when you are working with this stock exchange, they are really picky about getting to really lots of transactions done in a tight deadlines. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a difference between stock exchange, where you are constantly interacting with the provider, and this side. What I would say is that what gets engineers that build payment applications to believe that they have to make the code really, really complex to adopt to that scale that never happens. And you're losing out on the ability to read and to understand and to extend it with the new payment methods. Your problem isn't scale in the sense of accommodating more users. Your problem is scale as in being able to still understand the system you're working on.
Yeah, complexity, yeah. Okay, thanks. How about security? Whatever that means.
So security, I think it's built into the process. No provider is going to allow you to give payments the ability to accept payments unless you have procedures and ways of doing things the way they want you to do that. So part of the integration with a provider involves providing these measures of security. The devil is in the details, though. There's a level of fraud that you're okay living with as long as the acceptance rates keep going higher or keep maintained at a higher level. You have to be okay with some level of fraud so that you don't crush customers with impossibly horrible friction processes that will never lead to pay or lead to conversion in the first place. So you need to be very careful about that in terms of fraud, which I believe that's what security means in this question.
Kind of, probably, yeah. Nobody's going to steal your data center hard drives, yeah. How about Python execution speed? I read that. Maybe I missed, but will your solution handle all card providers?
Yeah, so execution speed, as I said, that's what tricks this kind of stuff. It's not execution speed which matters counterintuitively. I mean, it matters to some level, but not the level that you were expecting. In terms of card providers, I think it does. I think the ability to create new blocks independently of each other means that you can handle things independently of each other. And yeah, in the end, this solution could be made orthogonally in that sense. You don't need to do something specific for both Visa and MasterCard and pester the code with if statements. You can do like two things independently of each other.
Yeah.
If the solution public, as you can see, the latest question, he figured that out, or they figured that out.
Yeah. And main bottleneck of processing millions of transactions are what database? Yeah. So
on the second way.
The main bottleneck of processing millions of transactions should be database. But is this the case in your situation?
So as you've seen, this isn't talking about databases. And I got another talk on this topic, but my 2 cents on these is that there's a database for each use case. In our case, something relational has worked, but maybe at some further scale, we need to accommodate a different database engine. And this flexibility also applies to databases, but the way you handle that is a bit different.
We know that Kiwi built their own database for all this complex search. Yeah. So obviously, making something quicker in this sequential writing, could be doable. Examples about whether to choose Apple Payment or Payments Apple,
single responsibility principle. You prefer to avoid it in your case. I think this is an amazing question. This is the meat of the design. I wish this was voted up a bit more. This is the meat of the talk. What is the difference between doing one or the other? If you do the first, then you're going to have something that is too flexible that you're going to have to handle things very independent. Apple is going to be handled very independently of the rest. And the problem is that, as I said, there are parts of the Apple process that are common to Google or Alipay or Amazon Pay or whatever Pay, because every big company now has a Pay as well. Again, payment industry evolving really fast. So there's parts of that that are very, very common across all of these micro ecosystem. So you're losing on the ability to reuse that code. If you do payments with configuration, then you're going to have lots of if statements happening. If company equals Apple, then do this. If company equals Amazon, then you do that. And neither of those options are okay. I mean, you can live with them, but the experience is that the complexity of the code ends up escalating and becoming untenable. So neither of those solutions are optimal, and both things are kind of right. So that sounds like something in the middle is probably the optimal way, and that's like, again, the meat of the talk.
There's also possibility that also, even when you use Apple Pay or whatever, those parts change eventually, yeah? So
yeah,
you
exactly.
have to accommodate for some...
Exactly, yeah. So one of the things that, so two things that I haven't talked really about is the ability to decommission things that are no longer the case. If you rely on blocks, then those small parts can be plugged out without affecting the rest of the code. And yeah, that gives you that extra flexibility when the time comes, because it will come when you have to decommission certain parts of the payment system, because it changed, because they changed their mind. You can never predict the future.
Thank you very much. So I think that would be it. Thank you, Alvaro, and have a nice rest of the stay here.
Right. I'm done. Yeah, I stress out a lot when I do talk.
Good. So I will ask you to sit down. We have plenty of space, so don't worry and sit wherever you want. So I would like to welcome Sarah Yaksha here on our conference. I hope you will enjoy this place. Sarah is going to tell us something about API authentication. And I think I will ask you to give us a warm welcome, please. Good luck.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So for any of you who listened to the presentation that has been here just before, it was really interesting because it started every time we tried to integrate with an APIs, we had problems. So now we're going to integrate with all the payment systems directly, which, okay, isn't that also integration with an API? Still an interesting talk. So today I'm going to talk about one of these specific parts that are usually important for the integration, and that's authentication. I'll try to go through I'll try to give an overview of the different types that I've seen in the wild, and I also try to actually tell some of my experience of how things can go interesting or wrong. So let's start with the most, it's called basic. Not entirely sure. It's probably called basics because it's really easy to do in the LAMP server, but this is a Python conference. All you do, when you look at the specifications, like you take username, password, you put them together with a column, you put it in base 64, and then you send that as a header. Please never use an actual username and password. Let me give you an example. Let me give you what can actually happen. We usually write integrations that only gets the data, and years ago I wrote an integration. We increased the team, and there was, of course, a bug. And because they were using basic username and password, one of my colleagues decided, you know what, I can just log into their account, and I'll check there and see what went wrong. And there was like this little button that says to reset an API token, even though it didn't have the API token. It reset something completely different, and it's still considered. Before the last acquisition, it was considered the biggest financial disaster we did for our customers in like 5 figures, because we reset something we shouldn't do. So seriously, don't do that. Protect the developer so they won't be able to do that. And actually, a lot of APIs don't do that. They use basic authentication with a lot of other values, and these are some of the examples of what you can use. You can just use an API key, or you can create some other values. You can add some random values, empty values, anything you want. Let's make sure that when it's an API authentication, it actually should only be able to talk with an API authentication. Of course, some people do. Also, there is another problem with using username and password. What do you do with multi-factor authentication? And actually, I think my favorite example it is when it's like, okay, to use into the website, you need two-factor authentication. To use their API, well, we'll just ignore that you said a two-factor authentication. It will allow you to use an API. I will say that I will say that some do not allow it, so API will just say they're using two-factor authentication, use something else or don't use the API. And there was one case when they tried to implement two-factor authentication in the API, which technically worked. So that one was also interesting. So you don't have just basic headers. You have also all the other headers that can also be used as an authentication. The most frequent one is probably bearer, which, as far as I'm aware, was originally used for OAuth, and it's now used for almost anything you want. Simply put authentication header, put bearer, and put whatever value you want there. So one of my colleagues at one point had an idea, authorization headers always have a specific type of form, right? It can be basic, it can be bearer, they're just limited amount. And he was like, we should be checking if the header is in correct type. This is how that code started. This is how that code looks now. And we remove it. If we remove integration, we removed. So there were other options at that time. So yeah, don't make assumptions that people will use the headers in the way they do. Use whatever the API requires. Of course, you don't have to technically use authorization headers. There are many types of headers. These are just some of the examples. The slides weren't big enough for all of them. As you can see, a lot of the headers are using like the X type. Anybody familiar with that? Okay, raise your hands if you use them. Yeah, you shouldn't. Well, technically, they say it's not recommended. It's a pretty interesting RFC, I think they're called like that, which basically explained if you use that and it becomes standard, then you have to technically support both of them. And so this custom one becomes standard by default without any process. What they recommend instead is just use your company name or company link in it, and you can see some of them do that, and just create whatever headers you want, because they assume that your company is not going to become a standard header for everybody to use. Of course, we're also going to go through two of the headers that are a bit more specific. Some APIs also use the cookies header, much more familiar for people that do the scraping and browsing. This was the only example that I could see. So in this case, you would just have, instead of authorization, you would have a cookie, and you would have a key and a value. The reason why I like that is because this is the case when to get this cookie, you have to do some voodoo magic. This is the voodoo magic that you need to do based on that documentation. So what they want you to do is take a token, do a transformation on that, and then use this token to get a cookie. And this is the pull request review that I got on that code. I can read it. There is some voodoo magic here, but it confirms from the docs and also from here. Well, whatever flows their boat. On a previous talk, they were like talking about, how to make it secure, how to make it, scalable. There were questions about that. In our company, we figure out senior engineers don't want to work on integrations because integrations are Wild West and they can't use all of their methodology and testing and things like that. So we use junior engineers, and then we hope that you find somebody like me who won't run away when they become more senior. So assume that whoever's using your API is more likely to be junior than a senior, except if you're doing a payment application. One thing you can also use in the header, the JVT tokens. They generally just look like random string that starts with the E, epsilon, whatever, which you can parse to find out, different structures. Generally, you should never parse them to see if a token is valid. We did have a couple of examples of parsing a token to check for an errors. We once implemented an API that had create a JVT token in the UI and set the expiration date. And by default, the expiration date was an hour and a half later. So we were using JVT parsing to provide ourselves a better errors. That it's a customer had provided you a token that's only valid for an hour and a half. Go talk to them to provide you a new one. We did had a problem with that in a different context. Once we decided to use once we decided to make a new integration, which used more scopes, but we wanted to save ourselves our work, and it's let's just check both of them with the same code. I mean, in most, and it goes like that. They give you credentials, you call a token endpoint, you get a JVT, and from what we can see, it had a scope. It had a scopes value in it, and it's okay, just check it. If it has a scopes for an old one, just use an old one. If it has a scope one for a new one, just use a new one. And then we get a JVT that didn't have scopes in it, and everything failed. So yeah, JVT have a lot of interesting information, but honestly, usually just better to call an API and check if it's actually still valid. Because we're all programmers, we're all humans, we all make mistakes, and a lot of time documentation is missing on what values are supposed to mean inside it anyway. We also had an example where we had to sign a JVT token, thankfully only one. The biggest problem, how do you get customers to format this in the right way? We actually had to use custom code to try to figure out which part of that did they paste, and can we use that, and can we format it in the right way. Okay, now I want to talk about my favorite bug I've ever had to solve. At one point, we did some refactoring, and what happened? For one API, we were suddenly getting unauthorized errors. So every credential had suddenly became invalid, which very rarely happens when you have two-digit people that actually use the same integration. And one of my colleagues passed that to me because it's I have no idea what's going on. What did happen is whatever refactoring they did, we no longer passed any user agent in it. And the API just decided if there is no user agent, then I'll just assume I don't know who you are, and I'll just not allow you to use it. By the way, they allow you to use anything. I was trying blah, 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 and it worked for some reason. So I don't know why they wanted it, but they check, yeah, do you pass it? Still probably my favorite bug. Okay, so we took over the headers. There is one that's probably easiest for people to start to play around it, because you can do it in the browser, which is just use it as the query parameters. And it's also generally pretty easy to implement and understandable. The problem is when it comes to the security, because by default, a lot of times you want to log your URLs to help with the debugging, and you really shouldn't be logging your credentials. And we got warned a couple of times, so I went to check what our security team is using to actually find them. They would find that. They would not find the below one. I was hoping I used the right Slovak word. Slovenian one's pretty similar. So If you want to, create a security hole, just use the same terms in a different language, and a lot of security teams simply won't find that bug, which is pretty sad because I do want the programming and internet to become more international, but yeah, I guess that's not going to happen in the near future. Of course, you also have that type, which has exactly the same problem as the previous one, but thankfully we only had one case of an API wanted us to use that, and proxies that we use that. So thankfully that one is thankfully not frequent, also not recommended according to people. Okay. So these were like the basic ones that are frequent. We'll come to the OAuth in the end because it's a bit of specific use case. So let's go to some of the one. Digest authentication is the one that's standardized. It's also the one that literally Googling it doesn't really help you understand what you need to implement, and I'm really happy that at least requests know how to do it. Though that was also the first time that I saw in requests library to do. This thing isn't implemented yet. Thankfully, the one use case we had was. And unlike just doing one call, for each call, you do two, and you do two, and you basically just recalculate it a lot of time. We calculate a lot of hashes and pass these hashes and hope everything works, because if you calculate one hash incorrectly, it won't. And it's really annoying, but okay. I understand for security reasons why people would want to use that, because you don't want to send plain credentials like in most of the previous cases. Oh yeah, okay. You can also do it as a post body. This one is, for example, used in OAuth, but you can also use it. I saw some GraphQL's APIs use it, and it's basically the same thing. Now, when I started half a decade ago working on integration as a junior, I remember one senior asking me, well, do you have any experience with SOAP APIs? And I was like, no, I never heard of them. And it's like, go research them. And that was 8 hours of reading that never helped me anywhere. Basically, what it is just everything you want to send is in XML that has a specific structure, and every API defines their own structure, and they never provide you an example. In a lot of cases. I see some people nodding, yeah. But what it basically does is you have like a header, which usually has credentials. I've seen use username, password. I see that use API tokens. I've seen it used, well, calculate some weird hash of something. You have the body below that tells you, okay, these are the things that I actually want, and then you put everything in an envelope tag. This is one example from our code base of how this thing actually looks like. And it's just that. That one, that's probably the shortest one we are using. So yeah, and it's really interesting because it's like, well, this is a completely different way of calling the APIs, and I'm like, well, on the end, you're still just sending XML. Is XML really so unusual that it requires something special? Okay. Okay, now the OAuth. I do have to admit, OAuth are my favorite type of authentication. Yeah, they are a bit complicated if you're only doing one integration. If you're doing 100 plus like we do, there is one of the most standardized way and one of the most reusable parts of our code that we have. So on the end, OAuth is basically for us, well, you do an app. You have to create an app with an API. They give you some values, and then we put these values in a JSON, and the code does everything for us. And it's also great from the customer perspective, because they just click on a button, and in most cases, everything works. Except, though there was one case that we have, when we were like, okay, they have enterprise plan, we want them to do a specific type of scope, and if they don't have enterprise plan, we wanted to do a specific type of scope, and apparently they don't really provide a descriptive error if you don't have an enterprise plan. So that was pretty interesting to figure out why it doesn't work. Unlike the rest of the credentials, it's really hard to actually replicate and see what actually went wrong. So how does OAuth works? They click on a button, they agree, yeah, you can get this data. They send it to your server, something, a code in a query parameter, and then you just use the previous values and that code to get an actual credentials. The only difference is sometimes they want it in the header, sometimes they want it in the body, but otherwise there is literally no if statements, almost no if statement in that code, and I really like that. Of course, app submission processes. This is just the list of some of the things that I had to do for app submission processes, from making a videos to changing the documentation to writing the statements that, yeah, they're not endorsing us, to have to come together in the documentation to prove that they work. My favorite case, it was like, well, we need to see a video of that you have the right query parameters when you call like our screen for the scopes, and we need to see how you delete credentials. And the second video that I posted was just like me clicking on revoke on our app, and the credential disappeared, and they said, okay. So I'm not entirely sure what they were proving with that. Though I think the most frustrating part is at one app submission process, they wanted to prove that we are following the security standards. I'm a developer. I know we follow the security standards. I have literally no documentation, so I write to our security team, well, that's why we need this documentation. Can you provide it for us? And they say, well, have they signed a non-disclosure agreement? I'm a developer, I have no idea if they did. And they're like, well, ask them to sign a non-disclosure agreement. And it's like, it's a process in an app. I don't actually talk to humans there, so not entirely sure why they do that. And I asked our project manager, and they were like, you know what the solution it is? Let's find somebody in that company, and we're going to talk with them. So if you have an app submission process that has something the developer cannot do for himself, I hope you have somebody willing to take meetings. I don't know how they resolved in the end. I know the non-disclosure agreement was resolved because they were our customers, so apparently the contract covered that. I have no idea how it would happen if they were not. Also not idea, can you actually get a meeting with these people? They were a different app submission process where the meeting was requirement, so they can see what your use case was. That one was probably the best meeting I had with the outside companies. Also, OAuth are for third-party apps, right? Does anybody here disagrees? Okay, no. Who agrees that OAuth is the best? OAuth is particularly meant for third-party apps? Okay, not that many people. Interesting. Well, I actually thought that was like a requirement. So it was really interesting because I once had to, once I tried to implement, and I was like, okay, app submission, I can choose some of the scopes. And I didn't know why, so I contacted them. And they were like, yeah, well, you don't have the right plan. Yeah, I don't, but our common customers do, so can we use it for them? And they were like, I never thought of, that this would be used as a third party. I do have to agree, a couple of months later, they did provide that option, so that was one example of actually feedback bringing to some change, which doesn't always happen. The best one are like, well, we are integrating for our common customer, and they were like, well, have them send an email, and then the customer tell you they send an email, and the other side is telling you they didn't, and you're like, yeah, okay, whatever. Also, I want to talk about why I like the OAuth from a security feature. When we were doing some other refactoring of the code, because OAuth and some other things require to do a new refresh tokens every time, right? You also have to have a way to store these refresh tokens. So we saved the new state, and we did the bug when this state wasn't actually saved, and it was just saved as an empty value. So we lost all of the valid credentials. And there was like a problem, okay, we don't want the customers to actually reconnect everything, what we can do. Okay, database has like a backup. We can restore it from that, except for the OAuth with refresh tokens, because these values were no longer valid. And I think it's a good case, which is like, these can be secure even if somebody steals your database or things like that. And that's one of the other reasons that I use. Not every OAuth does use refresh tokens, so that's also one option. Okay. I have 4 minutes. Should I say? Yeah, okay, I'll just finish here. So, so thank you for listening. I hope it was at least funny or interesting or educational. I wanted to give an overview and how it actually looks in the wild. I will end up with that. I spent the last half a decade dealing with third-party integrations. I love it, but all people around me are like holding their heads of how can you do with this Wild West. We got acquired, they reassigned our team, and we now have to connect to internal APIs. Third-party integrations are integrating with third parties is way better because you at least have some documentation and at least somebody put some thought into what somebody is going to be using it, and I really, really want to go back to that. So it might seem like it's problematic, it's actually great, and you should definitely do it. And maybe as a final thought, you can do whatever you want, just put it in the documentation so we'll know what to do. Thank you.
Oh, we have some questions. You can also watch here. You don't have to turn around. Sarah? Yeah, okay. What do you think of storing tokens in local storage versus cookies?
Yeah, okay.
You don't have to answer.
That's a good question, because all my integrations so far were server to server, so I didn't have to store anything in local and cookies. They did say that they want to return me as a front-end developer, so maybe I'll have an opinion in half a year.
Eventually. Thank you. What are your thoughts on OAuth 1 versus OAuth 2?
Honestly, as somebody implementing for that, OAuth 2 is easier to implement to, but I only had to do with like 2 APIs using OAuth 1, and it could be that the problems that I had with OAuth 1 were more connected to these specific APIs than with an actual specification. But from implementer perspective, OAuth 2 just simplified a couple of things. So, yeah.
Thanks. Okay. How do you persuade partners to actually fix their bad, insecure, plain, bugged endpoint?
That's a good question, because my success rate is actually really low. generally, what I did find increases the success of be annoying enough until support understand what your actual problem is. That definitely help. They're the ones that will have to champion that to their technical team to actually solve it. But other than that, honestly, I didn't find any factor that would like increase or not. In the 80%, they just ignore you, so yeah.
Would you agree that the most difficult part for a software engineer is to actually work with people than with the code? Or there are very tricky bugs that
Okay,
are...
a very personal opinion. The hardest part is work with other software engineers. For me personally, I find the support people and even the product and marketing people actually a lot more understandable than software engineers. And I'll take them and code over working with other software engineers every day. I do have to work with them, so yeah.
Thanks. Okay, I have heard about Samuel. What is benefit to choose alt? Really? Okay.
Okay, whoever asked that, have you heard of SAML outside of the SSO? Because that's where I usually see it, and that's when I usually have to use it. Basically, I had to implement for both. OAuth is just easier to implement against, because it's actually more consistent no matter what the people that wants to use SAML will tell you. But actual benefit as far as the security and things like that I don't know. I just know that implementing is easier for OAuth, so I would choose that from that perspective.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to answer any other questions, or it's good now?
Well, are there any other questions?
I can have some.
Sure.
Okay.
I don't mind.
Anybody from the audience without a phone that got their battery dead? Yeah, no, nothing. Thank you very much. Hello. We will continue with next talk with Jan Margeta, who will tell us something about physics simulation. Yeah? Okay.
Correct, yeah.
So please give him a warm welcome, warmer than this room is, please.
Hi. Have you ever noticed how some sounds sound like fun? Maybe the sound of your chocolate bar when you crack it open. And, or maybe the roar of a lion at a nearby zoo. Imagine a world where you couldn't hear these things. That's what it is like for some of us. But there is a special kind of surgery that can help and restore part of the hearing. It's called a cochlear implant surgery. So that means inserting an electrode into the cochlea to stimulate the cochlear nerve, or the auditory nerve. Now, what is a cochlea? Think of it like a little snail-shaped organ inside of our inner ear, like over here. It's roughly the size of 1 centimeter. And the electrode has length of 2 centimeters. So now imagine that you have this small organ that's just this size. This is 10 times the size. And you want to fit a wire that's 2 centimeters long into 1 centimeter long organ. Fortunately, the cochlea is a spiral, so it spirals and you can fit it in. But it's not only about fitting it in, it's also about to achieve the desired depth of insertion. Otherwise, this restoration would not be complete. You would not be able to hear some frequencies, you would hear distorted sounds, and so on. So before the doctors do this surgery, they plan. They use these super cool tools, like the one on the screen right now, where they take images of the patient, like the CT images that you see on the top left, and do some image processing parts and extract 3D models of the cochlea. And so then once they have the 3D models of the cochlea, then they can plan how to get in and insert to the proper depth without hurting the patient. And well, each cochlea is unique, so we need to repeat this for every patient. And so that's where physics simulation comes into play. Physics simulation is like building a digital twin of the real world that accurately represents all the important aspects of the world that you want to model. So for us in this application, it serves as a virtual playground for the surgeons to try different insertion strategies or different insertion devices, and whether the spot of insertion is the right one or not, so that the patient can hear the best. For gamers, it's kind of like playing a video game, but instead of killing the aliens or something like that, you want to fit a wire inside of the cochlea and see where it ends. So here's a little example from a collaboration with the University of Lille, INRIA, and Optical Medical Company, where they developed an active cochlear implant and tried to compare that to the passive cochlear implant. So passive cochlear implant, as you see on the left, is this wire that tries to get into this snail, into the cochlea. As you might see, at some point, it starts to scrape the wall of the cochlea. That's not desirable. So there is a new device that, thanks to simulation, can happen, where instead of scraping the wall, you use active controlled cochlear implant, where you apply a little electrical current on the implant, which lets it bend inside of the snail. So, hi, I'm Jan, and why I'm telling you all this? I've been Pythonista for many years. I did a Master of Science in Computer Vision and Robotics. I did my PhD in medical imaging from INRIA, MinPyTech, and Microsoft Research. I'm a founder of a company called CardioMe, building medical imaging software, like the one before. And I'm researching technologies for human hearing with Optical Medical now. So it's a lot of vision. I've been doing a lot of vision over the last years, but I did vision and robotics. Maybe it's time to go back to some hardware, to do some robotics again, at least digitally. So, yeah, doing simulations, robotics, and so on in Python. Yeah, we kind of know that Python is not the fastest language around, so it doesn't really make sense, does it? So, shall we do actually simulations in Python? Well, lucky for us, there are many ways of, so don't despair. There are many, many ways of doing simulations in Python, and we'll cover a few. There are libraries available. So, which physics simulators do we talk about? There are multiple ways of simulating physics. There's this multi-physics aspect, where you simulate multiple different areas of physics, essentially different phenomena, and try to put them together. There are frameworks like SOFA framework or Pychrono. SOFA itself is built in C++, and so is Pychrono, but they have both a nice wrapper for Python. If you are more interested in like robotics, then don't hesitate to look into things like Mujoko or PyBullet. Although Mujoko was built for robotics in mind, PyBullet was built as a game engine. So the physics simulations are not necessarily the most accurate, but they're fast. And there are also some applications about soft robotics. Exactly like you saw the electrode array going inside of the cochlea, which bends. And that's an example of a soft robot, which you can steer and so on. So if we go first to the SOFA. So what is SOFA? It's this multi-physics tool that has an extensive plugin system. That means that you can simulate all the different aspects of physics, and if anything is missing, well, you can code your own. It requires some C++, yeah, but you can do it. It's a simulation through this visual tool, so you open the SOFA application and you load a scene. We'll talk a bit about the scene later. Then you simulate and collect the outputs if needed. It's a tool built by INRIA in France, and it has a powerful support behind it through its own community. So how do we build models that can simulate physics in SOFA? There are two ways. One is to define an XML scene, and the other one is to define the same XML scene, but in Python, and then it kind of gets converted to something that looks like the XML, but that happens to be behind the hood. So let's see how the scene is. So a scene is nothing more than a kinematic tree, as you might know from other areas. It's a tree of nodes, and each node has some behavior. So a node can be, for example, this room is a node, is a root node, and inside of the room there are people around. Each of us is a separate node that's a child of the room, and we all have properties. We have our own weight, our mass. We sit on the chairs, so the chairs are nodes, and we and the chairs, there is a force happening so that we don't fall through the chair, which is a collision, or there's a force happening on both sides. So you need to define the scene in SOFA first. And how to do that in XML? Well, as I said, there's a root node which is responsible to defining the time step of the scene. Of course, it's not a continuous simulation, so this world is discretized. The world which we can simulate doesn't happen like smoothly, but based on the phenomena, we know that, for example, some things are not going to be quicker than some time, maybe 1 microsecond. And so we can discretize the time step and do, if you had any differential equations in school before, this is where your delta essentially is. So we define the roots of the scene, and then we want to also specify the time step. We define the animation loop, which is responsible for running the simulation itself. Some objects, which in SOFA are called mechanical objects, and we assign it properties like degrees of freedom. What degrees of freedom mean is like how many things, what is the dimension of the state that this is attached to the object. For example, me as putting this cochlea on this desk, it has 3 degrees of freedom normally in space, but here it would have only 2 because it moves in plane. And it might have a rotation, so it would be 4. But in 3D, it would be 3 rotations and 3 positions, 3 translations. Then we define how to solve the system, which, again, you might remember some Euler integration or some Runge-Kutta and so on. So you define these things like Euler and then a solver, which like in this case would be like a conjugate gradient, like how to solve this system of equations. And well, all the objects doesn't have to be only like rigid. You can assign it other properties like stiffness. So you can simulate the different elastic objects. You can simulate, for example, propagation of electrical current and so on. So all these things can be defined. How to do it in Python? There is a library called SOFA Python 3, which is a low-level, very low-level API to access all this. And you need to define a lot of things yourself. That is an advantage that you are completely flexible to define anything you like. But at the same time, it's maybe not the best way to start coding in SOFA. That's why there's also another higher level API built on top of that, which is a SOFA template library, for example, and the standard library, which helps you to reuse prefabricated elements so that you can then define like basic building blocks, like loading meshes, loading geometrical objects that are standard and giving them properties like defining the collisions and so on in a simple way. I invite you to read the documentation. It's a fairly well done. Of course, it has its own issues, but it's a very nice library. So if you want to go a little bit beyond what SOFA offers, you have the plugins. And one of the plugins is a plugin for simulating soft robots. Soft robots are actually the continuous robots, which don't have a discretized set of operation, but they're slightly different from the ones you see in car industry, where you have links joined physically together and everything has to move rigidly from one place to another, and then you compute the forward and inverse kinematics to know. So forward is that you know what are the orientations of the angles of the joints, and you project it to the position, so to the XYZ of the end part of the robot. The problem of inverse kinematics is that you have the XYZ position of the robot, and you want to know what are the joint angles that the robot has to achieve to get to the position. That kind of works well enough for rigid robots, but it starts to be tricky for something that's soft. And that's where the plugin soft robots and soft inverse comes into play. And I would like to highlight that the current way of producing soft robots gets us to a more approachable way of doing it. It doesn't require much, but a little form, a little mold, which you can fill with some rubber, let it cure, and glue together, and then have a bit of a compressor or something that helps you move things around, to inflate it and move around. So I do hope that these kind of tools will help us to explore a little bit this avenue. The other advantage of simulating physical objects is that you can play with things a lot, and it's cheap. You can construct things, change parameters, tweak them a lot, destroy them. Does not hurt the patient, does not hurt the thing, and of course, you don't have to have the physical thing at home. So for example, if you're an architect or some engineer designing some beams, some structures, there is a plugin that will help you to design the properties of those beams. So if you can parameterize your beam, like what is the height, what is the width of the beam, and so on, you can run the simulations, multiple simulations, thousands, millions of them, and see where the weak points, and simulate the forces around the beams, for example, like here. And so the design optimization plugin is a very helpful thing to do that. But it would not be as good without the really, really nice library that's called Optuna. There's a Python library for zero gradient optimization. There's a Bayesian optimization that helps you find minima of a function that are not necessarily differentiable. So if you ever have any function that you want to optimize for, and you have some set of parameters, give Optuna a look. So SOFA is powerful. It has all these features. And I think that SOFA itself is probably likely the most complete open source physics that you can find in Python. You can simulate pretty much any aspect of physics, and if anything is missing, you can write a plugin. Of course, you need to know a bit of C++, but it's doable. So if this is a bit too much and you don't need all this flexibility, maybe you want something simpler. Maybe you have some robot that you want to control, and or a little toy car that you want to play around. It's not only for toys, though. There is a Mujoko framework. So Mujoko itself used to be a commercial solution that was acquired by Google DeepMind in 2021, and Google made it open source. So the advantage of Mujoko is that it's fairly well contained. It's not as complete as SOFA, but it lets you simulate things fairly well, especially if you're simulating objects with joints and contacts. So for example, like a robot walking in a room. So it's touching the ground, it's making contacts, and you want to see whether it's stable enough. It has well-defined dynamics, and as I said, is maybe not as complete as SOFA, but it starts to get all the components now. So it's not only for rigid things, but it also gives you objects that can define flexibility, clothes, ropes, and so on. So the idea of making a scene for Mujoko is very similar to SOFA. You construct the scene or a kinematic tree where you attach coordinate frames to each other. So you start with some root node, and to the root node, you start to attach parts that move together. So for example, a root node, if root node is my body, my arm is another reference frame, and my elbow is another one, so the hand actually moves together with the rest of my elbow and so on. So you can get more and more detailed. And so these things are computed for you. So that's why you see how well it works for robotics. To simulate things, you can run, again, like the scene, which you define in XML, and that looks pretty much like this. So this is a simple object that is defined in this XML format. There's a root called Mujoko, and you define some assets, some bodies, and things that move around. For example, if you have this Python logo, which is free-falling, you define it as a free joint. So there is this concept of body here. So the body itself is one object that is in the kinematic tree, and that has its own property. So free joint means that it can move freely in the scene. Although you can also give it a joint that is not free, that moves together with some arm, some hinge, for example. So you load the scene in, you can load the scene from Python to simulate it. So you can define you can define a scene, make it run, and well, what would be the point of running a physics? It's not only a pretty visualization. Of course, you can use it in your physics classes, but also, once you have the physics simulation, you want to measure things. So each of those nodes has properties which you can then read during the simulation. So for example, here we have a little example of running the simulation for 3 seconds. And the important bits are that we have this MJ step function, which evaluates the model and moves from one state to the next time. So what happens from now to the next delta t that we have. And once we have that, we can then measure what's happening. So for example, for the Python logo falling, because that's the only thing it can do, is in empty space, there's gravity pulling. So you might remember that there's just acceleration caused by the gravity, and it goes down until it hits the bottom, the floor. If you're really Python purist, there's a way of defining Mujoko models in Python. There's a nice tool called DM control, which lets you do that. Although DM control has many other things to help us, I do not personally recommend using it to define the Python models. What actually worked better is the XML format that's over here. But if you add the little schema over here, you get all the nice code completion in your code editor. And I think that's super powerful. So, but maybe you don't want to define your own models all the time, and you want to use something pre-trained. You want to play with the robot. You want to try some new machine learning techniques, some reinforcement learning algorithms to try to control these robots. So there are libraries, collections of environments, which, for example, is Mujoko Menagerie, which is a collection of pre-built models which can use right away. And these are exact copies of what you can buy in a store. There's a KUKA robot, for example, or the Atlas robot, or the dexterous hand. So how to control these models, though? So you have a model. Let's get a little bit mathematical here. Because you have a model and you can move the joints around, but like how to reach the position where you want to be and so on. You can compute the inverse kinematics, inverse dynamics, and so on to control the positions of the joints. And yeah, you can. And that's the state. So the angles, the angular velocities and so on of the system are the states of the robot. And so how do you move from place 1 to place B? Those who did automation from us, there is a way of doing it with control theory. So if we are able to define some state transition matrix, which essentially tells us how to get from time 1 to time t plus 1, that's essentially telling us the dynamics. Like what happens if I'm here, I apply this input, and where will I be in the next step? So this is what happens. This is a linear time invariant system where A and B define these matrices. X is the state, and Y is the control input, or the sensor values. And so now we have this, usually we have some feedback loop, which from the outputs, we want to find out what shall we change in our control to reach the target goal. In other words, there's this matrix K that multiplies the input, the state, and that tells us like how much shall we move. So you can see it like if I have a pendulum and I'm too far away and I want to bring it back, I have to maybe move a lot, so that the control signal has to be large. If I just need to move a little, then the control signal will be small. But so how do we compute this feedback gain? This is probably my most mathematical slide over here, and it's essentially one way of doing it is computing some regulators, like the linear quadratic regulator. So it's an optimal control over some fixed time horizon. What does it mean? Like it sounds maybe too much. What this means, we want to find some action that will bring us to some target while not spending too much energy, for example, over time, and how quickly it will get there and so on. So we can balance things. We can balance that maybe some joint positions are hurtful to the robot, so we can penalize them and so on. But that all needs this A and B. So if you remember A and B, the state of the transition matrix, the two matrices over there. So this is fairly painful to compute often, especially if you have a nonlinear model. But here with Mujoko, you can do MJD transition FD, which linearizes the model and computes with fine differences the A and B at the current state. And once you have the current state, you can then find decay, finally. It's a solving algebraic Riccati equation. And you might remember from your school when you used MATLAB for that. You don't need to use MATLAB. We are in a Pycon conference here. I think we should all switch. So if you don't want to go to too many tools, there's something already in SciPy, which is called solve discrete ARE, which does it for you. Then you need to do some matrix multiplication. But there's even something better. There is a Python control systems libraries. And if you ever used MATLAB control system toolbox, this is a very good alternative to that. It's purely in Python. That is very understandable and readable. So don't hesitate to look into those tools. And if you want to have a better tutorial on the LQR, linear quadratic control regulator, there are ways to do it with Mujoko. And people interested in MPC or model predictive control, again, there's a tool for that. As another alternative, if you don't like control system theory that much, and you're more experimental, and you want to do learning, because maybe some things are just a bit too hard to control. And maybe some things are not linearizable enough to be able to compute the A and B matrices. So let's go to reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning is this way of, given some state, you have some agent that walks around the place. It observes the space. And it estimates what is the state of the space. Well, state means that, I don't know, I have my cochlea over here, and I have my robotic arm over here, and I want to find the angle, and I then see, oh, the cochlea is here, my angle, my robotic arm is like here, and I want to change the direction here. So the state is I'm here, and the target is like, okay, given this state, what is my next action to make? Move right, up, down, left, right, orient, turn, and so on. So it observes the environment and does the action, and then reobserves the state, and so on and so on. The advantage of our ecosystem in Python is that we have great tools. We don't have to develop your reinforcement learning algorithm. There are many. And it gets very simple now. Oh. It's very simple now. It's almost like a scikit-learn interface that is to open like this baselines library. I don't know what you see, but it's changing things so much for me. It's probably physics. Getting there. So what if we do this? Okay, it's not exactly what I see, but it's fine. So you need to define some environment where you measure the state, and then you want to do some action. And there is this consistent, unified way of doing that. And there are plenty. I let you explore and choose. So you can then play with many different examples. And there's our conversion tools too. And now when you have the little environment, for example, here's the cart pull controller, which essentially it's a cart that's moving on a line, and it has to balance an inverted pendulum, a little line with a little lever that's attached rigidly to the bottom. You can define this kind of environment with Mujoko. But here is a little simpler example. We're using simpler physics. And it doesn't require more than a line of code to train such a model. You observe the state, you do some observation, you do some reward, and you reiterate. What is the reward? Yeah, you want this thing to stay up, to stay alive as long as possible, and you don't want to move it too much. The observation, what is the angle with respect to the ground? You want it to be straight up, so 90 degrees up. And also you want to measure what is the current position and what's the velocity to estimate the next action, whether to move the car to the left, to the right, to balance the pole. And so after not many iterations, the pole that used to move like this, so whenever you see a little jitter, it's when the environment resets. Essentially, the pole fell. After like 15,000 iterations of this thing, you get something that's fairly stable. So you can start controlling your environment with reinforcement learning. So that's all in the simulation. And if you want to close the gap between the simulation and the reality, which, of course, no simulation is perfect, then there are tools that help you close the gap. The tools are usually in the domain of sim to real transfer. Essentially means you simulate a lot, you change the environment a lot, so that it covers all the different appearances of the real world. And once you have that, then maybe your tool, your robot, your controller, is better adapted to the real world. So some tools that I would recommend in this domain, like the control system library as a great replacement for the control system toolbox in MATLAB. The robotics toolbox, which some of us remember Peter Clark's MATLAB robotics toolbox. So this is, again, Peter Clark doing it in Python. I think everyone is moving to Python these days. And some other libraries that might help you in this domain. So if we go back to the cochlear implant surgery, so the robotic simulation, the digital simulation of the implantation might help us to better plan for the surgery, to better estimate the forces that are exerted on the cochlea, to better determine the angles at which to enter, and maybe better choose also the implant type that goes inside. And in turn, help the patient hear better. So I wonder, what are your applications of physics? And the boom of robotics is here. It's totally inevitable that these things are coming. It's not only about software these days. We need to get into the hardware too. And I'm really happy to see that there is a community of learning with hardware with us. So this is the moment where we can get in touch with hardware and do some cool stuff. And I wish you good luck and hope that we do build something really, really cool. Thank you.
Thanks. We have some questions.
Good.
Thank you for your talk. Very interesting topic. I'll start with the simple one. Which framework would you recommend for thermodynamics simulations?
SOFA. SOFA is the best for this kind of thing. Of course, if money is not an issue, well, ANSYS is the commercial solution that's still likely the best simulator, but SOFA is, I guess, second best.
Thanks. Would it be possible to set up simulations to automatically find the ideal ways to insert the fire in the cochlea, or automatically invent the optimal shape? Okay. Not really. Okay, what would I take for machines to be better at these tasks than humans in case they get all the context?
Yes, exactly. That's where our partners in Lille and at INRIA and the University of Lille are doing. They're designing new implants that should help us with that. Yeah.
Okay, so it is theoretically possible to invent that. Okay.
The tricky bit about cochlear implantation is that getting into the cochlea is not easy. You essentially drill behind a hole behind the ear that goes straight to the cochlea. There's a really narrow passage. You don't want to hurt the nerves, so there's the facial nerve and the so-called chorda tympani. If you hurt chorda tympani, you lose a sensation of taste. So you definitely don't want to have life without taste. And so you need to get in between, and so having a curved robot is not easy to get in. So, but there are ways of handling that.
We will wait for Star Trek nanobots that will get there by themselves.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, say using these open source libraries, I develop some hearing or vision aid solutions only digitally. How do I proceed from there? What's the process or steps from creating solution until doctors get to implement? Years of regulations, approvals, MDR, go on.
Yeah, MDR is a fun regulation for medical devices that we have in Europe. In the US, you have FDA regulation, which I think is doable. Like currently, then you have standards that can help you follow that to develop these kind of devices. But also, of course, it's not easy. The whole thing of validating this is really hard. So you start with digital models first, then you go to some animal models, then you do cadaveric models, and only after extensive validation, you might move to human specimen.
Thank you very much. I have some, okay, more questions? No. I have some notes, know-how, how to use the lunch thingy. Yeah, you go to lunch. First, there is in the bottom, in the right corner, there's actually soup. A lot of people didn't know about soup. There is soup. You can get soup, and there is a short queue usually to the soup. You get the soup, you start to eat it, yeah, and then you can stand also in the other 3 lines. There are a few other queues that you can get to the normal main meal. So in the meantime, you can eat the soup, yeah, or you can just sit down there and have in half an hour. Eventually, you can also, when you get the food, you get also outside. There is you can go to the terrace, etc., etc. Thank you very much, and have a nice lunch.
Thank you.
So welcome back from lunch. Today we have a wonderful talk to get you started off this afternoon from Yulia Barabash. She is a cloud engineer living in Munich, originally from Ukraine, and she's going to be talking about custom skills, teaching custom skills to Alexa. So I'll give her a big warm welcome for By Keyboard. Hello, Alexa. Take it away.
Thank you everyone, and today we will talk about how to get rid of your keyboard and introduce Alexa to your life. But before, I would like to introduce myself. So, as it was mentioned, I'm Yulia Barabash. I live in Munich, but originally from Ukraine. I am cloud engineer and work with different clouds, and now I work in the company NordCloud. And also, I love Python and love to do different things with Python. And I feel lonely today to be a speaker. That's why I brought another speaker, but it's a secret speaker. Maybe you can already know from my title, but let's assume you don't know. And let me introduce her. So she was inspired by a movie that also was mentioned, that is Star Trek movie, also like about fiction movies, that you can see some robots that speak, answer your questions, and one of them was a special inspiration. It's a Space Odyssey that was presented in 2001. The first one of the predecessors of her was created in Poland. After that, big company bought it, and now she can speak different languages. She can speak German, she can speak English, Japanese, French, and Spanish. And additionally, interesting fact about her, she was inspired by the Library of Alexandria, because that library was like place for different knowledge, for a lot of books where people can access and get information. That's why the developers also wanted to have it as hub of knowledge where people can access this information. And if you may guess already, her name is Alexa. And let's Alexa also to introduce herself. Alexa, introduce yourself.
I'm Alexa, and I respond when you say my name. There are lots of things we can do together. Ask me to tell you a joke, read you a book, listen to music, or play a game.
Great. As she mentioned, she can do a lot of different stuff. She can read the news for you, she can check the latest news, and also give you small gist of news. Also, she can manage to help your smartphones, for example, turn on light, turn off light. Additionally, set up temperature for you. One of the stuff she also can do, help to manage calendar, reminders, events. Also, she can play music for you and play a series or tell some jokes. But in case, as we are developers, we are very powerful and we're like, okay, let's do something for us that can ease our life. For example, manage some Jira issues, or to get feedback, or to read emails, to get some information from emails, or just daily statistics you want to hear every morning. And it's possible to do with Alexa, especially with Alexa custom skills that we will talk about today. So today we will focus how to develop Alexa custom skills, after which you can use Alexa and she can create some commands, she can do some commands for you. And let's start with explaining how Alexa understands us. So when you tell Alexa, help with Jira project, she understands the key words in the phrase Jira project, and she like, okay, it's my time to shine, and I want to help her. And she will tell you, how can I help you? And at that moment, I will answer, what my current Jira project. She understands this. She understands my intent that I want to check Jira project. And after that, she will process this event according to implementations that I will do. And if we will check like as a diagram, we can check when I tell like, Alexa, help with Jira project, that time custom skills are invoked and they're waiting for the next question. It enters the mode of custom skills and wait for the next question. When it receives the next question, it maps this question to your intent, and according to what kind of the intent, it will send for processing. It receives response, and after that, this response will be presented for user. but how overall the architecture will look like. The overall architecture is look like that we have Alexa, to which we speak about. She has some tools to define intent, to define variables, to build like body JSON request and send to the Lambda. Lambda will process this information and send response back to Alexa, and Alexa will answer us. Great. It's simple setup that's possible to do. But how we can build these custom skills? For building custom skills, we need like 4 different things. We need invocation command, we need intents, we need our iterants, we also need our slots. And now let's talk which of them means. So our invocation command is basically a command with which you invoke your custom skills. For example, I want to invoke developer projects to know my projects. I just say, okay, Alexa, open developer projects. She will open the respective custom skills. For example, if I want to do my working routine, I just tell, okay, start my working routine, and it will open our customer projects. And now we all have our customer skills open. But in case we want also to execute different intents. For example, I have intent to check my Jira task, or I have intent to check the status of Jira task, or to list all projects. She needs to understand this. That's why we have different intents that represent our actions that we want to do. And one of these examples of this intent, we can see, okay, Alexa, plan my trip. And in this moment, she understands, okay, she wants to travel from point 1 to point B. Or Alexa, check my current project, and she understands, okay, she wants to check her current project, I need to read her current project and answer her. But we need also to associate our phrases we're going to use with our intents. And that's why we have iterants. Iterants is basically a set of phrases that represent an intent. The set of phrases that represent intent is basically phrases that can be a set of different sentences. Okay, for example, we have Jira project, and for Jira project, we have different sentences that can represent this intent. For example, Jira project intent can mean what's my current projects, or what projects I am currently working on. And this moment she understands, okay, she meant like that intent, and I need to process requests for her. Or for example, I want to travel from Bratislava to Munich. Her intent is plan trip, and I understand that this moment I need to plan her trip. Great. Also, Alexa is pretty powerful and rich. In case of tools, it have predefined intents for you. For example, if you want to build some application where you want to manage music, it's already there are some events that you can, okay, what genre of the music it understand, what kind of the singer, what my favorite song, and so on. Additionally, for TV show, it will understand what kind of the TV show do you watch. You can watch, or what actors were part of that movie. It also there's intents for forecasts, where you can ask about the weather, intents for the libraries, about the books, you can ask about like from some kind of the books that you like to read. Also for calendar, for example, manage your calendar, create an event, delete an event, create a reminder, or to tell like when my brother have birthday. Additionally, if you also want for your business, there's possibility to create for your business. For example, what o'clock your business is open, order like pizza for me, or order some stuff for me. It's all about intents, but also in our statements, we can change some words, depends on content. For example, there's like the words that we change depends on the target we want to do. It's called slots. So slots is basically a placeholder for our values that we want to change in the sentence. And one of the examples is that we want to change the status of Jira. We want to check what's the status of the Jira task. And you can see that instead of Jira task ID, we specify placeholder, Jira task ID. And in this case, Alexa will know that this value should be passed as a slot with identifier Jira task ID and sent to Lambda, and this value can be reused for our requests. Also, there's different types of slots that I really like because, for example, it's also very powerful. So, for example, you predefine types for number, dates, and time. For example, when we tell the phrase, okay, I want to travel tomorrow, we cannot pass like tomorrow our code, or I want to travel in months, we cannot pass this value to our code because we need to handle a lot of cases. That's why Alexa understands the date tomorrow, 3 months ago, 3 weeks ago, and translate it already to the date value and send this value to your code. Additionally, what it also understands, for example, if you want to spell a word, in case of Jira task, you cannot, sometimes we have like weird names, for example, GTME-134. Alexa also can understand this and translate this word to identifier and also send to the backend, so you can use it. What's the interesting stuff? It also lists types, where you have types that set of different data. For example, for actors, animals, country, airports, it has set of predefined values. You can extend it, but more I like is that also have entity resolution. So even you misspell some of words, it will still match your entity to one of the entities because it has like entity resolution. Phrases, in case you have like phrase that not predefined, it can change. So it's also you can specify, okay, it should be a phrase there, for example, where is good restaurant, and you will receive this. And custom slots, you create custom slots where you specify set of your values. For example, for Jira statuses, I want to have like set of values, and I can specify, okay, it's to do, in progress, or it's done. Also, I can specify synonyms, so even person tells another words, I still can find a match between them. And now, overall, how it looks. So basically, how it looks like here definition of our intent, Jira task description, we have intent, we have utterance for it, for basically it can be what is the description of Jira task ID, and also read descriptions for Jira task ID. At this moment, when she hears these phrases, she will understand, okay, her intent, Jira task description. Additionally, we specify slots, that one of the slots, Jira task ID, is our placeholder, and also alphanumeric value. So when I spell it, identifier, she will translate to alphanumeric value and pass to the backend. So it's quite powerful. One of another thing that we need to do is discuss how overall our architecture looks like. So our architecture looks that we send requests to Alexa. After that, Alexa parse intents, parse slots, pass some additional information, in case can gather information for your phone, for example, what your current location or what's time and so on. This all information will pass to the Lambda. Lambda will get this information, pre-process, and send back to response. But how it can be done in the Lambda? So in the Lambda can be done by Alexa Skill Kit SDK. So it was the special SDK that can simplify our life because it already have predefined sets of tools. So it have predefined set of tools that can be a wrapper around Alexa request. For example, here we can see like we have a house and our basically foundations is these important wrappers. For example, skill builder is where we will use later for build our skills. Basically, it has method to handle requests, handle exceptions, handle interceptors, global interceptors. For example, before receiving requests, after sending response, you can want to log it. Also, you can send some information. Handle input, it's what we receive as value to our method. And handle input, it basically contains, for example, a response builder, where we will build our response and tell Alexa what to answer. Also, what it contains envelope, request envelope, where we have all information from our request session information, where if you want to share this information between your requests, you can store it in session. What else we have? Also, we have context and other stuff. But now we will talk about how basically we can create our request handler. So as there's already foundation that manage everything. What we need only define, we need to only define the request handler that will handle our specific intent, what we want to do and what we want to execute. And inside this intent, we can parse the values for handler input, and also we can build response using response builder. Right. And now it's example how to build like skill builder. The first thing what you need to do is to create object, create instance of a skill builder. And that skill builder basically keep values, how to handle your request, and also how to handle your exception. Because in case you have some exception, you can still have method to handle it. And here, another part of the code, when we will discuss how we can handle our first command during opening custom skills. You have launch request that you receive from Alexa. And you can see that we have request handler that we use as a wrapper. After that, we specify, okay, can handle function. Is this type of the request should be launch request? When we receive a launch request, we execute this method. After that, we access response builder inside request input and tell, okay, speak, hi, I can help you manage Jira projects. And after that, she will ask again to keep a session open. And these values that we pass here, she will ask again in 10 seconds if she will not get a response immediately after this phrase. After that, we just from our response builder send response, and that's all. We have our first part of implementation. Another thing, in case we have different intents. For example, Jira project, Jira status, so on. We need to specify different functions for it as well. Here we have request handler. Inside request handler, we specify how we can handle it. Also, we specify the name of the intent. After this, we specify what kind of intent. Okay, it should be Jira project. Here we preprocess everything for this event. It's basically URL to Jira API where we will get our projects, headers that we want to pass, our response that we want to get. So it should be get response. We send our response. Here we send our response. Basically here we have our response. We have our projects. And we extract the name and the key of the project and change it as a string and pass this string as to speak, as variable to speak, and this speak will be answered to us. After that, we want to again keep our session open so we can ask the next question. And we send response back. And now it's time for demo, and now time to introduce to Alexa. Oh, no, I should not enter. Okay, to introduce to Alexa console. So in this part, I will show you two things, developer console, and I will show you as well my Lambda. So what we should do in developer console to make magic around. The first of the thing, we need to define our invocation name. In our case, it will be developer projects. After that, we have different intents. Some of them are predefined, for example, cancel intent, stop intent, fallback intent, but here, three of us that was defined by us. And what of them is easiest one? It's intent, Jira project, where we specify phrases by which we understand that, okay, this intent is matched. These phrases should be matched to this Jira project, to the intent Jira project, and we specify what my current Jira project, my Jira project, and which Jira project do I have. And these phrases will be matched to the Jira project. Another one interesting, Jira task status, where we define, where we want to ask what is the status of Jira's task ID. And here you can see that Jira task status can change depends on the variables that we want to pass. The variables that we want to pass, and here we define our slot and type of this slot. Usually it's basically Jira task ID, it's a name, and here we have different types. It's alphanumeric type. We have additional types here. What is also important here that we need to, in case we want to have additional types, for example, Jira status, here we define additional type, Jira status, and we have ready for lunch, in progress, or to do. How it also important to connect, like you need to go, like here I have some information so I cannot share, but basically in the endpoint page, you need to specify endpoint for your Lambda, and after that you have connection. At the end you build your skill and it's ready to be executed. Yes. So if we go here to the Lambda and we can check our implementation, we can see it's a part of codes that were discussed. So we have our skill builder, we have our request handler where we handle our launch request and say how can I help you to manage Jira projects. After that, we have our help intent, cancel or stop intent. In case the session ended, we also can handle it. Another what we interesting in the Jira projects where we get our URL and we basically intend for our Jira project, and basically according to the URL we do request to our Jira endpoint and get our current projects. And here we can get our Jira task status as well, where is the intent of Jira task status. We can see that here we handle input. We get our Jira task ID from our handler input, where we access request envelope, request, intent, slots, and its value. And here we send that, okay, it should be an issue with this following ID, Jira task ID, it should be post. After that, we check if we have issue not found, no issue found. If we check, we speak summary and the status of it. Great, and now it's time for demo. And with demo, we will speak with Alexa. So let's check. Open developer projects.
Hi, I can help you manage Jira projects.
What my current Jira projects?
Go to Market Sample with Key GTMS, my Kanban project with KeyCon.
Okay, it's a small part of the demo. If you can see, she was able to access my projects. My current project, it's just demo like demo Jira board. It was able to access my projects and to return to you information, also to send key. But in case I want to check the status of the specific issue, for example, this one, we need again to run, and we need to use the following intent for checking the status of the issue. We should ask what's the status of the following issue, idea of the issue. It will send request to our Lambda and will process it. Okay. Open developer projects.
Hi, I can help you manage Jira projects.
what is the status of GTMS-16?
No issues found.
What is the status of project, sorry, I need to try again. Open developer projects.
The Pycon skill can't help you with that.
Sorry, it's typical demo. Open developer projects.
The Pycon skill can't help you with that.
What's the status of GTMS-16?
No issues found.
What's the status of GTMS-16?
Summary, launch ad campaign with status, to do.
Finally, so it was able to understand that the idea of the issue GTMS-16. It extracts this information, sent to the backend, and after that, it processed and sent back response to me. It was a small demo, and if we check again what kind of stuff we also can do, for example, one of the interesting stuff that you can do, it's also account linking, for in case you want to link account to the third library. Order Uber for me, you need to associate your Amazon account to account inside the Uber company. So why is this? You can implement the way how you can associate the link between. Also permissions, for example, permission is also important because with Alexa we can personalize our response. For example, it's possible to have voice ID, but every person has specific voice, and according to this voice, we can also do some customization of that response from the person. One of the important stuff to know that for distribution, you need to send to pass the certification, but in case it's your local project, in case you just need to log in the same credentials to your Alexa app, and after that, it will be accessible to you. And it was everything for demo, and if we do conclusions, we know that Alexa have a rich set of pre-built functionalities that can speed up your development. Also, it's possible to do personalization of requests in response. For example, if you want to, because you can get voice ID, and according to the voice ID, you can customize your response and send back. For example, it can remember that Yulia likes movie comedy. So if I always ask about what kind of movie I want to watch, it will understand that she likes this kind of movie, so I need to recommend. Integration with AWS Lambda, you don't need to develop a lot of stuff. Also, Lambda is very cheap to implement. Also, possibility of authentication by using PIN. For example, if you need to do payment, it's possible that user have a PIN. And also possibility to account linking in case you need to integrate your Alexa with other account in another company. And that's all. Thank you for your attention. And now we can ask questions.
Thank you so much, Julia. That was such an interesting talk. It looks like we have a bunch of great questions for you. So it looks like the first one up there is, do you have full control over what happens to your data? For instance, in your example, what if the JIRA issue contains sensitive information?
So for my JIRA, I use my API key. For my JIRA, I use my API key, and I believe at the end of the day, it depends what you send requests to your JIRA, because the main implementation happens inside your code, and this code managed by your site. So the implementation code is on my side. It's only Alexa. I am responsible for what I send. So in case I believe sensitive information, if you don't send some sensitive information back to the Alexa, maybe you can avoid, but I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. Additionally, with Alexa, there's permissions. So in case you install Alexa, you install the skill, Alexa should specify what kind of permission she needs. and you need to agree to it. If you don't want to allow to do certain stuff, this will not be installed inside your Alexa. That skill will be not installed. I hope I answered this question.
Great. Yeah, thank you. All right, so the next one, how can I make Alexa talk to a service running on my local network? For example, Home Assistant.
For example, Home Assistant. Sensitive service running on my local network. So basically, as I show you, that Lambda is basically like middleman. So in case you can access your service running from Lambda, you can make some API calls to your service. I believe it's possible, except if it should not be accessed from Lambda, from Alexa. Alexa needs only access to the Lambda. And your running service should be accessed from Lambda. And it's kind of hard because Lambda can access only public APIs. It's a very good question. But also, unfortunately, it's hard to tell. But one of the stuff I can tell you that also with Alexa it's possible to send not only to the Lambda, but to REST API. So in case you will find the way how to send requests to your REST API on your local network, it's possible. But if it's not possible, it's very hard to tell. So unfortunately, these questions is very hard to answer. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, so the next one, let's see. Conversation with Alexa being linear, just like the teletype terminal 50 plus years ago was, would it be practical to re-implement, re-implement old and reliable Unix tools such as the ed editor for Alexa? Then we could edit Python code while riding a bike.
Well, it's very good questions. Well, it's very hard to, I think it's very hard to debug with Alexa, for sure, because half of the implementation is not writing code, but debugging the code and fixing your bugs. So I'm not sure if you can do like the whole code editors inside your Python, inside your tool. But what I like Alexa that, for example, you can summarize. You can ask about status of your pipelines, or you can send push notification to Alexa, because sometimes I forget about deployment of the pipelines. So it would be nice if there's some kind of tell me, okay, you need to deploy the pipeline. You need to check your pipelines for project. Yeah.
Okay, we've got some. Great, thank you. We have some time for a couple more questions, maybe one or two more. So we have, how precise do you need to be in the definition of the question? So when I define, give me my Jira projects, will Alexa handle my function when I say, give me Jira projects?
Let's check. Give me my Jira projects.
From Thinkio.
Okay, no, it's wrong. Open developer projects.
I found a few matches for that.
No.
Did you mean?
Sorry, it's demo time. It's always like this. Open developer projects.
I found a few matches for that. Did you mean Saperman?
Open developer projects.
Hi, I can help you manage Jira projects.
Give me my projects.
The Pycon skill can't help you with that.
Give me my projects. No, wait, I know. So basically what's the problem here? Give me my Jira projects. No. It will not work. But the thing is that, yeah, it can possible, but the thing that you need to specify here all different sentences or inside your intent, all different sentences that here, all different sentences. For example, in case you want to show, you need to specify, give me my Jira projects. But I believe my Jira project will just work. I need to just scroll down and like developer projects.
Hi, I can help you manage Jira projects.
Give me my Jira projects.
The Pycon skill can't help you with that.
No, it doesn't work. But here you can just specify, give me my Jira project. So as far as the one of the phrases is specified here, you can reuse it basically.
Awesome, great. Thank you so much. And if you guys have any more questions for Yulia, I'm sure she'll be around. So, all right, awesome. Thank you so much for your talk. Big round of applause.
Wisconsin? No? I'm sorry.
All right, everyone, welcome back. We have Tvrtko Sternak, who is going to be talking about FastStream. It is a Python library that makes connecting to messaging queues easier. So give a warm welcome to him. He's coming all the way from Croatia. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Tvrtko. When I finished college, I started working for a firm that was developing microservices that were connecting to Kafka. It was not in Python, it was in Scala. But when I swapped firms to ERT, we had some issues of connecting our models, not by REST API, but connecting them to Kafka, which I'll talk about in a minute. So we used my knowledge of Kafka and my boss's knowledge of Python to create FastStream. So yeah, FastStream is basically, it started as a fast Kafka, and it evolved into a framework that makes your connecting to messaging queues easier, testable, and like more readable without boilerplate. So we're basically an AI firm, so we develop models for our clients, and our usual way of putting those models into production was to wrap them into some kind of REST API. We usually used Fast API because it was clean and easy, and so to wrap our model, is it better now? Yeah. So to wrap our model into a REST API, the steps were like 5 lines of Python code. You create your Fast API application, you define a GET endpoint, and inside of GET endpoint, you receive the data, make your prediction, return it to the requester. So, and it works really nice. So app.get handles your message routing. The input data type is being decoded automatically by Fast API using Pydantic. And then the prediction you are returning is also being encoded into JSON automatically. You don't need to worry about anything. And after talking with our clients, we've noticed that we have several projects coming up that don't use REST API. So they internally in their companies use Fast Kafka for communicating between their services. And we said, like, that's completely fine. We'll develop the model and we'll find something that looks like this. Because if Fast API exists, something like Fast Kafka should probably exist. And it would like do the same logic as Fast API, just with messaging queues. So the publisher and the subscriber decorators would handle your message routing, and inside of it, the input data would be parsed from the Kafka messages, and when you return a prediction of your model, it will be encoded into JSON or some other format and produced to a prediction topic. Guess what? It didn't exist. So we decided to join our forces and to develop Fast Kafka. We took FastStream as a big inspiration, and we copied like using Pydantic for encoding and decoding the messages. Under the hood, to connect to Kafka, we were using AIO Kafka. And to generate the documentation of the applications, so all of these produces, consumes endpoints, we were using Async API. And while we were developing this, and we released it like officially on Pycon in Berlin last year, there was a guy in Russia who was developing Propan, which was practically the same thing, but not for Kafka. It was for AOPK, for connecting to RabbitMQ. And we've seen like his project getting track, and we've decided to join our forces and connect Fast Kafka and Propan, abstract the library, and offer to our users, to the people who would use FastStream, the ability of defining the logic of your application in the same way that you would use for Kafka or Propan and make it interchangeable. So to change from fast Kafka to RabbitMQ, you would just like to have one line change of not using Kafka broker, but using Rabbit broker. So let's go through some of the basics, and let's see how you can define consuming messages from Kafka. So the first line, you would define your Kafka broker from FastStream, which connects, in this case, to localhost 9092, and create your application that wraps your Kafka broker into a FastStream application. After that, you define your async function for processing the input messages from the input data topic, and you decorate it with the @broker subscriber and define the topic that you're consuming from. And that's it. So to consume something, it's 5 lines of code plus your processing logic, and you're like done. You're connected to Kafka. To produce something, in this case, we are producing as a reaction from input data. So we, again, define our Kafka broker, wrap it up into a FastStream application, and each time our on-input data is called by the subscriber when we get a message from the input data topic, we will do some processing and return a prediction, which will get encoded into JSON, and the broker.publisher decorator will catch the return value and produce it to a topic called prediction. So if you want to use a publisher by itself, not as a reaction to some messages that you're getting, you can always define your broker.publisher to the prediction topic, start up your broker, and then just call the function. Await it because it's async. So what's interesting in this is that you can also use your broker. You'll see how usually we start up a FastStream application. But if you want to use it like in a script, you can always start up your broker inside your script using async with, and the broker has defined the context manager functions. It will start up by itself, and then inside of it, you can count on that your consumers and publishers are connected to your message queue, and you can start publishing and consuming. The next thing that we wanted to do, so we wanted to have a nice way of testing our applications, and usually it was like in other libraries for Kafka, it was a bit brute forced. We wanted to have some like synthetic sugar, and it was done like this. So in our case, we designed something like this. So when you want to test your broker, you don't want to connect it to a real message queue because that takes a long time. You have some side effects if you have some messages in the broker before. You want to reroute your broker to use an in-memory broker, which is every time put up and tear down when you start up a test Kafka broker. So it takes your real FastStream broker, it patches its consumers and producers inside so they don't go to the real message queue, and does all the messaging in memory. It's faster, it's cleaner, you don't have any side effects. So to check if you're getting some messages from the prediction topic, we will, inside of our test, add one more subscriber so that we can listen to the predictions that our model is producing. And then we send some test data to a broker. After that, we can check if our broker has consumed those test messages. So we access the mock assert called once with, and our on input data, we can check that it was called with input data 0.2. And the last step is we can do the same for our subscriber. So we can assert that it was called with the prediction of score 1.2. So wrapping it all up, to serve your broker, you need to wrap it up into a FastStream object. This object takes care of all the lifespan hooks, serving, and also the documentation. And to serve this object, you just need to, in your CLI, you need to run FastStream run, pass in the module or directly the local file application, and the symbol of the app that has a type of FastStream that you want to run. It will parse your Python files and import the application and run it through Python. What's nice about this, you can always scale horizontally because we also have an option to define the number of workers you want to run. It will run your application side by side, sort of like having multiple containers for an application in different multiple processes. So if you want to make it faster and you have multiple CPUs, you can always make more use of them. So one of the things that we also needed to do is to find a way to integrate it with FastAPI, because we do have some REST API requests from our customers. They want to check the health check or access the documentation and things like that. So we implemented it to integrate the FastKafka or FastStream into a FastAPI application. We have a Kafka router. It's basically a wrapper around a Kafka broker, which is compatible with FastAPI. So then the FastAPI can dissect the router and generate the documentation for you. So first you create the broker that's compatible with FastAPI. Then you define your subscriber and publisher logic. So what's the type of incoming messages, where do you read from, where do you write to? And after that, you just include it into FastAPI. So the first line takes care of starting and stopping the broker at the same time when FastAPI is getting started and stopped. And the second one is FastAPI has a way of defining parts of your application as routers in different files, and then you need to include it into the FastAPI application. And to run this, you run it as a normal FastAPI application, so UVcorn application up, and everything will start up. Now let's take a look at some implementation details about what we did inside of FastStream. The code will be a bit simplified, but I think you'll get the idea. So first is decorating the consumes and produces. This is like an example of a decorator for those who don't know. In this case, you just define your decorator function, define a wrapper function, and wrap your original function that you passed into a decorator function, and return the wrapped function. After that, okay, it's fine. So after that, to decorate it, you just replace your original function reference with the decorator function in which you pass the original function. The usual way I believe that people are used to is this. So this is a decorator syntax sugar. The past slide shows how it's done in Python under the hood. So to decorate this grid, you just do @decorator function. So how do we do it for our publishers in our FastStream? So in our class broker, we have a list of all publishers, and then we define our publisher decorator, which will take in the function that we want to connect to the publisher. And inside of the wrapper, we first call our original function to get the return value. And when we get the return value, we publish it to a message queue. And just to make everything tidy, we return it to the user. Yeah, so one neat thing about this is that inside of your decorators, you can also, if it's a decorator inside of a class, you can append it. So we register it to start up the publisher when we call async def start of our class broker. And that's how this broker.publisher works. So it will take your own input data, it will wrap it up inside of a wrap publisher, it will call it. When you call this function, it will call it then, get the prediction, a return value, and then publish it to whatever broker you're connected to. For the consumers, it's a bit simpler. So because we don't need to record the return values and produce them to our brokers, so we also have a list of handlers. We used to call them consumers, but when we introduced Propan and when we introduced Nuts and Redis, we saw that more people are using handlers, and Kafka is usually consumers and producers. And so you define your subscriber decorator, you link it to your handler, which will, when you get some messages into your queue, will call this function with those messages. And then you register it to be started up when you start up your broker. So yeah, when you call async dev start, it will go through all of the handlers and call start on them. The next thing is the way we reroute our traffic for testing, for testing in memory. We are using context managers. So this is a basic example of a context manager. You have an enter clause, you have an exit clause. When you use with context manager, first thing that happens is the enter clause gets executed. Then what's inside of the context, so this print inside gets executed, and when you're exiting the context manager, the exit clause will get executed. What's really important for us in this case, you can see that exit takes some parameters like exception type, exception value, and traceback. Basically, context managers guarantee to you that whatever happens inside of the context, so while we're printing this inside, if you get some exception, the context manager will always execute the exit clause. That's why it's a good practice to open your files with context managers, because if you do something wrong and you get an exception, the context manager will take care of closing that file for you. In our case, it's really important that we stop our broker so that we don't have some processes hanging after the tests, even if they fail. And as we are using the async library underneath FastStream, and also we need to wrap it inside of an async context manager, it's basically the same as a normal context manager, but you just append A in front of enter and exit, and you're done. And this will execute your async def main, and it will print entering inside and exiting. In our case, it looks quite something like this. So when you define your test broker class, you pass in the broker, and when you enter it as a context manager, it will patch up your broker to the consumers and producers will be in memory, not connect to the real broker. And when you're done with your tests and you're exiting the context manager, it will clear everything up and stop the broker for you. So now is probably my most favorite thing about this project, which was really interesting to me. So the documentation in FastStream looks like this. And you can see that we have a code block here. And what's really interesting in Git, so the documentation looks like this. So it's a markdown file, which will be then processed by mkdocs to create what you've seen on the previous slide. But the code is not here hard-coded. It's been referenced from a file. And that file looks like this. So it's like a real Python file in our source code. And if we can reference this code inside of real Python files, we can also test it. So this really guarantees for us that when we write our documentation and we connect it to our code, it works. So if you come to our documentation and copy-paste something, we are like 99.9 certain that there won't be like any syntax errors. The like functionality we are like giving to you has been tested. So because when somebody like goes through a documentation, especially if their first time, they will start to like go through the demo and copy paste things from the demo. And if it doesn't work, like in the first 3 copy pastes, the people will just leave, so nobody will use it. And you won't know that your documentation is not working, especially like in the first parts of the documentation, because people usually have, they like report bugs at the moment they are invested into the library, and they're not invested in the first 30 seconds that like they're going to the basic demo. So it's really, really important that your documentation is tested. Yeah, and we have a bit more time to talk about the development environment. So what tools are we using inside of our development environment? So to deploy, to publish our application, our library to the PyPy, we are using Hatch. For executing our tests, we are using PyTest. It's like a really nice library. I think it's like more or less a standard. And to like parse our documentation from what you've seen like in the READMEs, not READMEs but Markdowns, we are using MPK docs. It like takes all your Markdowns and deploys a site for you with the documentation. And one of like cool things to use also is pre-commit. So if you put in your PyTest and your linting and your static analysis into pre-commit, it will not allow you to commit something that's like stupid or doesn't work because it will fail. So it happens before you commit anything to Git. For our static analysis, we are using SameGrep. So SameGrep and Bandit, we had some experience of accidentally pushing some secrets into Git at the start, but yeah, we've learned to like be a bit more careful. And it really increases the like trustability of your code. It will catch a lot of security issues for you. And also we are using MyPy, so you don't need to define types in Python, but it's really recommended because then MyPy will catch a lot of like stupid bugs for you, and you won't spend like a minute on like if you're sending a string and you're expecting a list and you're trying to iterate through it or some similar things like that, MyPy will warn you immediately. So no more wasting time or on like sending wrong types of objects. And also, yeah, for like improving the quality and readability of our code, we were previously using iSort and Black, but we are now using Rough. It like has plugins for iSort and Black. The iSort like just makes your imports readable and like in like a structured format. And Black takes care of formatting your code. So no lines will be too long, or like naming of the variables, it can also warn for that. It just makes your code look professional. And it's no cost, so you just run Black and it will like clean up all your files for you. And the last thing that we learned, so we had a contributor like 2 months ago who committed code spell for us. So we had some typos in our documentation. And we didn't know that there was a like library that will go through your code, go through your markdowns, and like spell check it. To be honest, we also had one like a trick. So people usually like to contribute to a project, but do it in like small stuff. So if somebody sees a typo on your project, on your documentation, they will like be really up for it to like make a merge commit, to merge request to like fix your typo. So we did some like typos intentionally to lure people to start contributing. But after code spell, that's like not an issue anymore. And yeah, some tips and tricks that we've learned in the past year of developing this. So yeah, sharing is caring, and it's very beneficial for you. we initially developed it for our internal projects, but after like people started using it, they've requested new features, they requested bug fixes, and basically when you have something open source and you're also using it, you're using the people that are using your library as testers. I mean, it has to work initially, but they will fish out a lot of bugs for you that won't bite you back when you're starting on your project. And a lot of those features, we are now seeing that we really needed them in like 3 of our projects that we are like almost done, almost ready to push into production. Next thing that was really interesting for me is you probably heard about test-driven development. I think that docs-driven development is also a term, but before we started like programming anything, we like to like first write the docs, then write the code in the tests that will reference in the docs. First make those tests like skip, and then write the functionality that will like make those tests work. It really helps you if you start with the docs. You don't need to like after you finish like programming something, you don't need to like start to recall what did you do and lose like a couple of hours on the documentation. And now I hate to write it, and it helps you like better understand your API. So when you're writing documentation, you will much sooner see if something like makes sense in the sense of the API of your library than if you're like immediately digging out into the code. And when you're working on something open source, like set a deadline with something concrete. When you have like a customer, you always have deadlines, and he'll make sure that you like reach them. But when you're working on something open source, virtually nobody is forcing you to continue working on it. And one of the reasons we've managed to like publish Fast Kafka in like April last year, and also publish FastStream in like September last year, was because we had these talks. So we had some deadline at which we had to present something. So these talks are really beneficial for us also because they give us some like date on which we have to have something ready. And yeah, don't release on Monday. It was really interesting to us to notice that we tried to release, we wanted to get traction with this library, and we needed to have like user input. And we've noticed we've tried to release on each day in the week. And the Monday was like, in the matter of response of the people and new people coming was the worst. And then we took a look at like our development and how we do business in our company. We've noticed that on Monday we usually like clean our emails, do our like weeklies, plan our tasks, start working on them. You don't really have much time to like experiment with new libraries. So usually when we released on Monday, we concluded that people are like busy with their own work and they don't have time to like experiment with something new. So if you want to get traction, I would recommend any other day, but Friday, because you would ruin your weekend. If you break something in your library, like people will test it over the weekend because they have the most time then, and like you want to rest. And yeah, that's it. So here is the link. You can go on our GitHub. You can open a bug, open some pull request, comment request, and like a feature. Just try it out. Maybe you'll like it. We're also available on Discord, so you can contact me or contact anybody from our team. We will try to answer you promptly. And yeah, special thanks to Nikita, Davor, Heidi, Harish, Kumaran, and Robbie. That is like the team that was working on this, and like I would really like to especially thank Nikita, because in the past 3 months we were working on our internal projects, and he was like the driving force of solving the bugs and talking with people. Hopefully, like in the next couple of weeks, we'll also start to communicate more with our users. And that's it.
Great, thank you so much, Tvirko. All right, we have a couple questions for you. So how about using fast stream with non-async frameworks?
Yeah, so we decided to use async because the libraries underneath are really async in nature. And if you have our endpoints to use them as something sync, it really doubles the logic of your application. So people will try to use it interchangeably. People who don't know how to use async will try to use it as sync. And we've noticed, I think, also in Fast API, there were a lot of comments of their applications being really, really slow because of the junior developers in their company that work on the code were interchanging the sync and async endpoints, which doesn't mix. And yeah, basically we want to force good practices of using async code with messages, because message queues by themselves are async in nature, so it makes sense to keep this as it is.
Great, thank you. All right, so how is Fast Kafka faster than Kafka? Does it still run in JVM?
So yeah, Fast Kafka, we've done some benchmarking tests on the existing libraries that are in Python for connecting to Kafka, and well, as you would guess, we with our decorators and handling our functions, we do put a little bit of overhead. So we're 1 to 2, I don't know, % slower than if you would use the bare bones engines that we are building on top of. It's mostly the quickness that we are counting on is your development experience and the testing experience. So you will save a lot of time on the development and testing. In the production, if you really needed 1%, I mean, you can opt out for using the underneathing libraries, but then we're using Python. You can always write something in C. So yeah, we're a bit slower, but in your experience as a developer, we're much faster.
All right, so let's see. Are subscribers limited types? For example, can I consume on a Django app?
Yeah, I mean, in our documentation, I've taken Fast API as an example, but integrating with a Django app, it's completely possible. And in our documentation, we have I think Django is also included. You have code that you can copy paste, similar to the one that I've shown in the presentation for Fast API, and you'll be integrated with Django.
Great. All right. And have you considered renaming the project to Butane? What a power couple would that be?
Yeah. To be honest, I never asked Nikita, but I don't know why he called his project Propan. It's Russians and gas, but. We in the end, our fascination with Fast API and the way it's really nicely constructed overloaded his decision of calling it propane. So in the end, we decided for Fast Stream. That's why we called it Fast Kafka in the first place. So we took a lot of inspiration with the decorators and everything, and also I think the testable documentation. The scripts to inject your code into the documentation is taken from Fast API.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Tvirko. Round of applause.
Good job. Well done. You were right on time.
Okay, looks like we're ready to start. So today for this talk, we have Microsoft technical trainer, Stepan Behinsky. Take it away. Thank you so much.
Okay, welcome everyone. So today I will speak about how to use the OpenAI models in an enterprise environment. So I give you probably you know the OpenAI models, you know GPT, you know the ChatGPT, all those things. Or I expect. But you know how to use it in enterprise, because usually if you are working in an enterprise, you need to keep some information really secret. You don't want to give the access to everyone to some information and so on. I give you one example. A friend of mine is working for a big pharmaceutical company called MSD. MSD is in top 10 biggest pharma companies. And they started to use the OpenAI models in the way that, you know, you can imagine that if you are working for a large organization, you have a lot of internal documents. And it's, you know, and there are some, you know, the stuff you usually need maybe once a year. Okay, you go for a business trip. So you need to know what are the rules for the business trip. You need to know who to ask for approval for the business trip. You need to know what are, for example, the limits for the air tickets or what are the limits for the hotel. And then you can easily spend hours just to searching for it or sending the emails and so on. So in that pharma company, they decided to take all internal documents and then build a chat on top of it using the OpenAI model. Of course, you can imagine that in those type of the documents, you have some secret information you don't want to reveal to everyone. So the question is how to do it. What options do you have? So now, imagine this situation. This is just fancy chatbot, and you ask the chatbot, you know, what wine you will recommend to me if I eat, I don't know, the pork, or if I want to have a beef. You want some recommendation about the wines. Of course, those recommendations I want to give you only for my wines because I'm a winery owner. So I just want to give you it on, okay, it should work only with my wine. I will not recommend you the wines from a competitor. So the question is how those things are working. I have my own data, and I want to give the access to those data using those fancy ChatGPT way. So how to work on it? So first of all, I will show you it using Azure OpenAI. So what is Azure OpenAI? Azure OpenAI is nothing else that you know probably that Microsoft has a very large cooperation with OpenAI company. And the Azure OpenAI, you just take an OpenAI model and you deploy this model to your environment. So this model is just for you. This model is not shared with others. And you have this model inside your environment. If we start with the basic settings, so if I go here, I go for OpenAI, and I just create an OpenAI service here. Actually, this service is just for me, but this service is not protected against access from public internet. So if I just create it here, everyone with the proper URL, maybe you leave some keys, everyone will be able to use it and maybe access your internal data. So what you need to do here? So first of all, one of the key things is to protect your models against the access from the internet. The functionality we have here, if I go to networking, so in networking, I can disable access from a public internet, which is very important because then you can prepare the internal models which are not really accessible from a public internet. So what you need to do, you need to create a private network inside Azure. Typically, you connect this network using to your on-premise network using the VPN, express route, or something like that. So you just extend the network from your company into cloud. And then you can tell, OK, only those IP addresses can access it, or only those virtual networks can access my models, which is quite nice. But there is something much more better, which is called a private endpoint. The private endpoint means that you get the URL just for your service, and this URL is accessible only from your private networks running in Azure. So you can really protect your models against the public access, which is very, very important, because then you don't need maybe to use some, if the documents are publicly available for everyone inside a company, so then you just need to create a simple web page. You don't need, maybe you will skip some single sign-on or just some authentication. Just simple web page with the chat, hey, here are the access to our internal documents. So using this, you can protect access to your models. When you protect access to your models, of course, you want to create your own models. So how it works. Actually, there are two options how to tell OpenAI to use your own data. So you have two options. The first option is that you can really create your custom model. If you look here, so now what I did, I deployed my Azure OpenAI service, and now I am in something we call Azure OpenAI Studio. Azure OpenAI Studio is designed to deploy your models. So you have a general service, and then you need to deploy your models. It's easy. I just say, OK, create a new deployment. Then I select the model I want to use. If you look here, you can see a lot of models. Maybe there are some models you even don't know. Maybe you didn't see those models before. It's easy. Majority of the models you see here, so I just use a different view for my models. Majority of the models you see here are actually very old models we are not using anymore. Because now we have the latest model is a GPT-4. And in GPT-4, you have all functionality for all the models you see here. If you look here, so then you see that every model starts with some name. You have the code here. Then we have this text. Of course, we have a GPT. The beginning of the name of the model tells you what model can do. So GPT is the most advanced model. With the GPT, you can do, let's say, almost everything. For example, the code model you see here, it's model designed for code completion. So if you want to, you probably know that if you go to GPT, you tell, OK, here is the Python code. Please rewrite it to JavaScript. GPT can do it. But before GPT, we had a special model just working with the code. Then the models starting with the text, this is the models, for the text completion. You start some sentence and it will tell you more, okay? But these text models, they cannot do the chatting. They cannot chat. They doesn't support the chat completion REST API endpoint. It just supports the completion. And so on. Then the second name, so you have a text, DaVinci 001, and so on. So the second text is the generation of the model. So Ada is the oldest one. DaVinci is the newest one. And you can see there is nothing behind DaVinci. There is nothing else. Because now we have a GPT. But some of those models, you can use to little change it to work better with your own data. So you can take your own data, you can take the knowledge base, for example, you are using, and then you can change a model, a little, so it will work with your data. And of course, this type of the model probably you don't want to expose to a public internet. So this is the reason we have the option to disable the access from the public internet and create something we call a private endpoint. So it will be just accessible by a private URL, which can be used only from your private networks. The training those models, of course, it works, you can use it, but in general, it's a time-consuming. If you need to you have a new documents, for example, in a knowledge base, you need to train the model again. You need to deploy it again, and it's very time-consuming. So another option which is used typically in large enterprises, and this is, for example, the way how the pharmaceutical company MSD using those models, is that you can connect OpenAI model to some search engines. Not sure if you used ever Bing Copilot. It's a public version of the ChatGPT. You can use it. It's for free. You can just use it. And here, if I start asking something, what is Python? It actually combines OpenAI model together with a real-time search on internet. So it combines things together. So it doesn't give you the information only from the model, but it can search the internet, it understands what you are asking. Based on your question, it searches the internet, you get the results back, and then based on the results, the OpenAI prepares the answer for you. So there is like 2 steps. Actually, exactly the same thing you can do with your own data. So you need to have a search engine, and you need to connect the search engine to OpenAI model. So if I go here, so I have my, first of all, of course, you need to have your own data. So now I just took some text files. This is a text file description of some wine, and I store it in Azure. Then the next step is that you need to build a search index on top of it. So I have another service which is called Azure AI Search. And in Azure AI Search, I just told, okay, I have my data source, my text files, and on top of it, I create some indexers. So I index my data. So now I can search in my data, and then I have an OpenAI, and I want to put it together. Why to put it together? Those search engines, first of all, they're usually using only searching by keywords. So you put, red wine, and you get the answer. In some languages, it can use the semantic search, which means that it tries to understand what you are asking for. But OpenAI understands very well what you are asking for. So if you combine those things together, even you have some index using some unsupported language. Czech is not supported, Slovak language is not supported. But if you combine it together, you can have a very powerful search in your local language. So I just create a simple index here. So it's the index, and this index can be used by OpenAI. So you can put those things together. This is really interesting for a lot of large companies, because if you are working in a big organization, you have probably documents stored, in SharePoint, for example, or in other storages, and those storages can be indexed. And usually the large organizations in enterprise, they do it, because if you are working in a big organization, you have a lot of data, you must be able to search for your data. But it's not easy. For a lot of people, it's not easy, to search for the data, writing the right keywords and so on. So then we can put it together. And how to put it together? It's quite easy. So I have some Python code here. So first of all, you need to have a lot of keys and URLs. Of course, you can see and you probably understand that I am reading some keys from environment variables. It works, but the question is it secure? When you are working in, probably you know this problem. Okay, I have a key or I have some password and I need to distribute it to my application. How to do it in a secure way? The way how you can do it, if we speak about the cloud technologies, and it really doesn't matter if it's Microsoft, if it's Amazon Web Services, if it's Google, Oracle, whatever. Typically in every cloud service, you will find a special service which is designed to store your secrets. The one we have here is called Key Vault. So the Key Vault is a special service where you can store your secrets. And of course, I have secrets. I have a store for my secrets. But then I need a secret to access my secrets. It just doesn't work. To have a password for password is usually for nothing. So typically in a large organizations, what you will do, and I don't have the example for this because we need to spend another 3 hours to explain it, how those things are working. But in general, in large organizations, you have some identity provider. Entra ID, which is from Microsoft, or you have a Google account, or you have some other identity provider. What you can do, you can give the identity to your application. So you are not giving the identity to some human, you give the identity to your application. And then you can tell this application can access my secrets, and authentication and authorization goes through some identity provider. So typically you don't need to deal, storing some secrets somewhere, distributing the secrets. You just say, okay, this application can access my secrets. Of course, it works in the situation that you run it in a cloud typically, because I can give the identity to application running in cloud. If I give the identity, for example, to application running in a virtual machine, then it's a little more tricky, but it's still possible to do it. But you don't need to store your secrets inside your application. The application can ask in a secure way for your secrets. Those systems are not using the common hardware, There is a special hardware with crypto elements. So there are special chips just doing the security. So there is nothing like a hard drive. There are special chips to store your secrets. So it's a very, very special hardware. Actually, this kind of the hardware and this kind of the technologies you can deploy inside your own data centers. It's available. You just buy a box, and this box is really designed to store the things very, very in very secure way. So if I return to my Python code here. So first of all, what I did, I have my OpenAI module installed. This OpenAI module, I am using the one provided by Microsoft because I am using here some extensions which are not available for standard OpenAI. So the OpenAI REST API is OpenAI REST API, but if you use it in Azure, you have some additional extensions. And one of the extensions I'm using here is the one designed to access my data source. So I have my search index, so I can search in my data, and just configuring my REST API endpoint for OpenAI in Azure, I put those things together. So now if I do some search, or if I ask for some help, it will not use public internet. It will not use the information only inside my model, but first it will try to understand what I'm asking for. Then it prepares the search query for my search engine. From the search engine, you get the results. And based on the results from the search engine, OpenAI prepares the answer for you, which is quite easy. You know, the idea is quite easy here, but it can be very, very powerful. Exactly the same way it works if you use the Microsoft 365 Copilot. So what is it, Microsoft 365 Copilot? So if I open my Word here, so let's, for example, use this one. It's opening. Still opening. It's opened. So the Copilot here works the way that I can work with my data I stored in Microsoft 365. And the idea is exactly the same as you see here. The idea is exactly the same. If I ask for some information, first it searches for my data in Microsoft 365 tenant, then it gets some results, and the result is processed by OpenAI. It works exactly the same way. Because I have some search engine working with my data in Microsoft 365, and on top of this engine, I am using the OpenAI, because the OpenAI is the way how you can, provide the better answers. Okay, so for example, let's try the question here. Is there any information, any mention, any about AZ? So we will see what will happen. So what's going now here? The OpenAI is not involved now. Now I search for the information in this document. Actually, this document must be accessible for OpenAI engine. So it doesn't read the document from my computer here. It reads the content of the document from the original location, which is, in this case, is a OneDrive. Or the document must be stored on SharePoint, because this document must be accessible for the OpenAI engine. And the OpenAI engine is running somewhere. It's not running in my computer. So it must be able to access the data in some location which is accessible using some APIs. Exactly the same thing we are doing here. I'm just configuring the access to a search engine. So now the backend system can take my question, use this question to search for a data, and then use the OpenAI to process my data. And if you look here, if you use some high level, you can see here, I'm using just high-level objects. I just configuring, and then I say, okay, give me this create. It's like give me the response. And if I not use, so if I put this one away, then it will try to get my information only based what is inside a model. Of course, it will not search on internet because I didn't configure it to search on internet. It's possible to do it. I can tell, okay, use this set of the websites, to give me the information. If not, it will use only the information which is inside the model. If you use ChatGPT, so the ChatGPT, of course, use the OpenAI model, but it combines the information with real-time search from the internet. If you ask only an OpenAI model what is the weather in Bratislava today? It will not answer because this information is not there. You need to combine it with some data outside the model. On the other hand, I have last 3 minutes and we will have some time for the questions. I think everyone is really, it's a big hype, this GPT and ChatGPT and so on. But keep on your mind, this type of the models, the generative models, are mainly designed for the interaction with the humans. So let's try stuff here. So let's upload the picture here. And you probably know that everything is better with cats. So let's find a picture of my cat. What is on image? What is on image? So let's wait. Sorry? The picture was on OneDrive? I uploaded this picture. Okay. So you can see it takes quite a lot of time because it's a free version, so it's not paid, so you need to wait for the resources. This is the reason why it takes so long time. And here we go. I cannot see the image. It doesn't like my cat. But in general, imagine you get the information like this. So for some reason, you cannot get the answer. But if you are an application, imagine you are not a human. If you are an application, you have no idea what's going on there. Because now I need to analyze the response. So for some use cases, forget about GPT, even it's cool, it's fancy. Sometimes you need a totally different AI to be able to work with the application. So for example, if I need to know what is on the image, I will use a different AI, just giving me the list of the objects on the image. Because then I can, as a developer, as an application, I can process it, I can work with it. Now here I get just some answer. As a human, I can understand, okay, there is some problem. So what to do? Maybe I can try to use the one which is paid. So let's try to add some image here. Add image. And just upload again the same image from my, okay. What is on image? We will see. Doesn't like my cat. Never mind. But again, you as a human, you understand that something goes wrong. So the last example, so if I want to process my images, not for humans, I will definitely not use OpenAI models. I will use probably a different artificial intelligence. And let's do it this way. So let's wait, hope it will work. So now, you see, I get just the text, what is on image. And now I can easily to compare it. Of course, I can get it in a different language and so on. But now I have the output, which is easy to process by application, by Python application, whatever application. If you use the GPT, you get some text which is easy to understand for humans, not for computers. So sometimes stop thinking about GPT, because there are other AI models which can be much more useful for you as a developers. Okay. So my time is out. I was 1 minute and 40 seconds longer. And now we have the time for your questions, if you want to ask something. Any questions?
Okay, so we actually have questions right here.
Okay.
Yeah, so can I use company OpenAI without internet in our company?
Can I use the company OpenAI without the internet in our company? Actually, yes and no. It depends. So, as I show you, you don't need to have the access to the internet, but typically the model will run in the cloud, but you can disable the access to internet. So if you create a virtual network in the cloud, you deploy your model, then you just need to create some VPN access and so on, and then it will not be accessible from the internet. Actually, you don't need to have the access to internet to use it. I didn't see any our customer deploying the OpenAI model, for example, inside the organization, because you need very, very powerful hardware. Some AI models, for example, the models I show you, to analyze the image, the one showing you the text. This type of the model you can easily run in a container. So it means that you can run it actually without the internet.
Great, thank you. All right, does Microsoft plan to include Mistral Large among the models available in Azure along with the OpenAI models?
Mistral is available for 3 weeks. Yeah, you can use there is Mistral available, Llama, Mistral and Llama is available. So you can use it. Mistral is available really just for a few weeks. I think we announced it like 2-3 weeks before, okay? Is the Windows 365 Copilot available in the not paid online version of Microsoft Office? Windows, probably it's a Microsoft 365. No, it's not. It's a paid service only. I have the latest version of my Windows 11. So now you can see on the bottom right, I have my Copilot, but actually this is the Copilot. The web, if I switch it on web on top, it's a common free Copilot everyone can use. If I switch it to work, this is the paid version. Now you can have the paid version even for, and now you can use the paid version even for, like if you have, for example, Outlook.com account, if you have a Microsoft account, if you have Office 365 for family, stuff like that, you can pay for it. But it's a paid service, actually. Is GPT fine-tuning available in Azure? I think the GPT 3.5 is there. I need to check it. So if there is the person who asked this, come to me, and I need to check it. But I think the GPT 3.5 is there, but only in some data centers. Actually, you will see if you will use the Azure OpenAI, or in general, some models, some artificial intelligence is not available in all data centers. So in some data centers, you have, for example, available GTP4. If you deploy your OpenAI model in a data center, for example, in West Europe, GPT4 is not there. You need to deploy it in Switzerland, I think, and then you can get the GPT-4. So not those days, some models are not available across all data centers. So the GPT 3.5 fine-tuning, I think it's available. You can do it, but only in some data centers. Okay. When we provide extra requirement for the model to search in, how is it to search itself perform? Do you have to control over it and customize? Yeah. So if you want to, the last question, when we provide the extra documents to the model and search for it, you fine-tune it, you can do a lot of things, but you do it outside the OpenAI. You do it in this AI search service. So in this service, this is this searching service, you can do a lot of things. So for example, you can create, you can write your own function extracting some information from your models, from your data, and publish it as a field, and this field can be used in a search. So for example, if you will use it to search across invoices, so you can create the function extracting the vendor, the name of the company, providing you the invoice, and then you can say, okay, I want to search only by the company providing the invoices. So you can do a lot of stuff, but you do it in a search AI. The last question I don't understand. RAG, is that the author? So sorry, I don't understand the last one. In your opinion, is there a chance for leakage of information? For example, in creating a general AI project based on the internal company knowledge base, is there a chance some of the data might end up at Microsoft or an OpenAI? It should not happen. If you look at the documentation, how it works, it should not happen. But of course, if there will be some mistake in a code, there is the mistake in the code. But in general, if you deploy the OpenAI model inside Azure environment, we are not storing anything how you use it. Okay? So it's your business how you use it. Of course, you see some logs and so on, but we do not have access to it. We are not, using it for additional training. Do you use the GitHub Copilot? So for example, if you have a GitHub Copilot and you have the enterprise version, then there is the switch that if the data can be used for additional training or not. By default, it's not, but you can allow the GitHub Copilot to use your code for your questions, your code for additional trainings. But by design, it's disabled. Okay? Fine-tuning, level of the security of storage. Fine-tuning basic to train data is the same level of the security of the storage. Yeah. Everything you store in Azure, it's stored encrypted, and you can use your own keys for encryption. You are using the AES 256 mechanism. So you can use your own keys to do the encryption, or you can use the keys provided and managed by Microsoft. It's up to you. I think it answered this one. Level of the security available for storage. Yeah. Okay. Hope I answered it. If you have some more questions, I will be available at front of the room. Okay? All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stefan.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we have 5 minutes, and then the Python quiz.
Hope you enjoyed most of the conference. We still have one day in front of us, but we also still have 2 sessions. The first now starting with the quiz. Who from you has been here in some of the past years and participated in the quiz already? Okay, some hands, but some not so. Okay, you'll see we have a Kahoot quiz prepared for this session. And after that, of course, we'll have our lightning talk session. The board looks quite full, so probably today we're going to have a little bit more talks, and we'll definitely have more talks, and they'll take a little bit longer than yesterday. And I'm really happy that there's more speakers. Hopefully, next year when we have Pycon, people are more encouraged to give their lightning talk on the first day on the conference and not on the second day, because this is usually the case. So, first of all, what I would really like to do before we start the quiz is talk a little about more, for a few minutes, about how this conference was organized and who organized it, because you've probably been here for the past 2 days, you've enjoyed the coffee, you've enjoyed the food, you've enjoyed many other things, hopefully. Please let us know in the feedback forms, which we will send to you tonight evening. But organizing all of this was really a lot of work, and there are many people behind it, and I would want to introduce a few of them who have done the work either before the conference, because I think we started organizing Pycon last summer, so almost 1 year of hard work, sometimes more, sometimes even more work, and of course then there's a lot of volunteers and on-site staff who have been working, some of them day and night. So the biggest thank which I would personally want to do this year is to Eva, who has done most of the work on this year's conference. And I'm really happy that we have her in our team, because last year most of the work was done by me. So finally, the first year when we could move some of that work to someone else. And also, I'm going to say something. Hopefully this won't be a code of conduct violation, because I haven't asked a GDPR permission. Happy birthday. Okay. And she has been responsible for organizing most of the stuff this year when it comes to the food, communication with the venue, the partners, and there's been a lot of communication with the partners and also with the speakers. If you're a speaker, you probably know really well who Eva is. Okay. And the second staff member I would really like to thank is Veronika, and she has been responsible for organizing the volunteers on site. And of course, it wasn't just on site; she's been working on it for a few weeks now. And yeah, if then the cups were changed, and if the room was usually clean, so this is thanks to her and her organizing skills. And of course, there are many other people, both in this room, most of them, and probably some even still outside, or some of whom already had to leave, who helped us organize this conference, whether it be our MCs who stood here, sat here and introduced the speakers. They've done it perfectly, and I really enjoyed some of the sessions, which I've managed to actually see for a few minutes in between running around the venue. Also, a big thanks to all of the on-site volunteers who have been here, because without them, you probably couldn't even enjoy coffee, because the logistics behind cleaning the cups and moving things from point A to point B, it was a lot of work. So thanks to every single one of the volunteers who are standing here and also who are not standing here. Okay. And one special shout out, thanks to my lovely wife who's standing up there. You might have seen her because she's got the smallest tiny baby here at Pycon Slovakia 2024, which was running around, hopefully not screaming too much. And yeah, she's been helping me for the past few weeks to lower the burden from all of the organizing which I had here. So also big thanks. Okay. And the list would probably go on, not just from our volunteers who have been here, whether it be the MCs, the stage managers, which were running here with walkie-talkies, or other people who were always listening to funny voices in their head that other people couldn't hear, and they just started running away because they heard something terrible and had to deal with it. And many other people who are here and really helped us either before the conference or during the conference. A big thanks. And also there's a few special thanks should reach out to our partners who have been helping organize us this event and had a lot of work in the production itself. First of all, it's Buttersu Group, which are the guys in the black t-shirts who are running the streams, the sounds, the recordings, and thanks to whom you will be able to re-watch all of the talks which you either have seen or didn't see during the conference. So a big shout out to them. Okay. Hopefully you also enjoyed the coffee. I personally think it's one of the best coffees which we had at Pycon Slovakia. So this was provided by Brew Story, lovely few guys from Piešťany, if I'm correct. And yeah, they had coffee and tea, and they did a great job helping us making this conference zero waste, or as zero waste as possible. You've probably noticed all of the recyclable and reusable cups which we have used here. So that was part to their help. And of course, free food. Don't be fooled by the name. Although it's called free food, but yeah, it's the biggest expense of the conference, as always. It's all of the catering which is here. But everyone who organized the Pycon already knows that probably food is always the largest expense. And I think this year, even though sometimes you had to wait, even we had to wait a few more minutes than we would like for the food, I think it was really awesome. And there was quite a big variety of food. So please, a big shout out to them. Thank you. Okay, and now the quiz. But before the quiz, please, if you will just bear with us a few moments, we would like to take a photo of all of the volunteers which are here. And after that, we will introduce all of the wonderful quiz prizes which you can win. So bear with us. Okay, so thank you for bearing with us, and now I'll pass the microphone to Johnny, who will introduce you to the quiz prizes.
Thank you, Marek. Zero Waste Conference just found a flower. Oh. Okay, so quiz prizes. Big thanks to all our sponsors. And the reason why we introduced the quiz prizes now is that we will go through the Kahoot quiz. At the end, there will be winners, and we will invite you here in groups. So please look at the prizes carefully. The way this works is there's like not first prize, second prize, third prize. The way this works is that those who are in the first 3 places will come here, and you can choose whichever prize you want. One prize per person, please. And we want to make it quick because we have quite a few prizes. So after we're done with the quiz, we will invite you here, and you can collect them here. So now we'll look at the prizes. You can look at the one I really want this one, and then at the end, those who will win can collect them. So from Seznam, we have a backpack like this. We also have 2 bottles. That's a separate prize, by the way. Okay. There is also, from Brunleach, we have a water bottle. From Aliter, we have a t-shirt, I believe it's medium size, and also a few things. There's a, is that an umbrella? And also an energy drink, so there are some gift bags. So there's a couple of those. From IBL, there's a t-shirt with some other little goodies. That t-shirt, by the way, when you squeeze it, it makes little sounds like queen, queen, queen. So it's a very special one. From Takeda, there's, basically if you get your pants, that's everything you need to go to work. So including an umbrella and a mug, so you look very professional and you have a backpack on your bag. So yeah, from Titans, there's also a gift bag. And that, if there's 2 of you, you would have socks and the shirt, so you could, just the pants. From Gupas, there is a voucher for the conference called Tech Ed, which will happen in May. That's probably most interesting to folks who are from this region. And there are several books. So there's Python in a Nutshell, Machine Learning with Python Cookbook. There is Scaling Python with Dask. There's Fluent Python and Head First Python. From JetBrains, you can choose a license to any product you want. Probably most folks from here will choose PyCharm, but there's also other products that they have. You can pick one, and we have 2 of these licenses. So we can just collect yours and activate it online. All right. So I guess this is time for the quiz. Is everybody ready? Do you have your phones ready? Is Wi-Fi working? Okay. So let's get into it. All right, so you want to go to kahoot.it, just like before, and sign up. So we'll be waiting for players, and we can start. Joke Eyes, Blacker, Patrick, okay, here we go, Kubo. Uh-oh, this is interesting. Upgrade now, so Risha, what do we do? Okay, all right, so I should probably turn off this thing so you do not see my credit card number. Doing this in real time. Risha, I'm going to upgrade your account. So, okay. There we go. How many participants do we have? You know what? Why don't we want to have as few people as possible. Just please don't bankrupt me. So, okay. I guess we'll need, 100 participants per session? Is it going to be enough? We'll see. So whoever is over 100, then that's going to be not it. Setting up your new plan. Okay. So can you please turn off, one license for $299. That's not going to happen. Now we see some anti-patterns, so we should switch to a monthly billing. Is it possible somewhere? Billed annually. Okay. Marek? Marek, can I have a moment? So can we...
Do you want my credit card? Okay. I can read it loud, yeah? Nobody's going to copy it.
Does anyone have... Okay. Does anyone know how to switch to monthly billing? We're okay with a monthly thing, but don't want to spend 300 euros right now. Is anyone from Kahoot here? We want to talk with you.
If you know how many work went into those questions and fact-checking them, whether they are right. Yes. We're just processing the payment, hopefully, so in a few moments we can start. Until now, you have a few moments to find some Python trivia from the questions. What I remember that there's a few technical questions. So if there's something, you can still open the documentation and have it prepared. If somebody thinks he's fast enough that ChatGPT can help, so you can use it. But I want to warn you that there's also a countdown timer. So once the question starts, the later you answer it, the less points you get. So ChatGPT might not be that quick. Those who have the Pro, the Plus version, might have a little bit of an advantage, but hopefully you will know all of the questions from your head.
Režim, můžeme zapnout? Okay, so we had a little bit of improvisation here. Thank you for your patience. And hopefully we have as much fun as we can. So please be fast. When you see the PIN number, we have a license for 100 people. So try to be as fast as you can, okay? All right. So can you please switch to the current screen from the laptop? And you'll see the PIN number in a moment. Go to Kahoot IT and please start a new session. There you go. Yeah. Oh, you're very fast. My goodness. You really want to win, don't you? Okay. Well, a little over 100, so let's see. Hopefully this works. So there we go. Such a beautiful number, 128 players. That it's very round, right? In binary. Oh, someone spoiled it. Come on. I mean, don't show off. All right, can we start? Okay, you have 5 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. There we go. All right. So hopefully this is going to be an interesting quiz for you. 3, 2, 1, and here we go. First question out of 20. How many active Pycons are in Europe? $15 seconds to go. What do you think? Is it 5? Is it 14? Is it 19? What do you think? This is just Pycons, only in Europe, active ones. So, there are 14, so 37 of you got this right. Okay, let's go to the next question. You were too pessimistic, it's not 9. There you go. So Blacker was the first, Tibor second, Coolio third, Loki, and Ambrookside. Okay, next question. How many attendees have registered to Pycon Slovakia 2024? What do you think? Those who were paying attention yesterday probably know the answer. All right, very, very successful, educated guess. 564, that's right. Next question. Oh, this got a little reshuffled. All right. Question number 3 out of 20. Was Pycon Slovakia the first Pycon in Europe? Is it true or false? What do you think? Five seconds to go. Nope, and that is the correct answer. Here's what the scoreboard looks like. And let's move to the next question. When was the first Pycon Slovakia? Many of you actually visited that one. Which one was it? 2015, 16, 17, or 18? Five seconds to go. So, the majority of you got this right. Yes, 2016. Let's see what it did to the scoreboard. Miro is still the first. Harmy second. Uvicorn in third place, Coolio and David. Question number 5. How many times was Pycon Slovakia held under the patronage of the President of the Slovak Republic? Never, once, twice, or 3 times. Five seconds to go. The answer is 3 times. 6 of you got this right. All right. I cannot pronounce the the handle of the person in the first place, so not gonna even try. Next question. What is the latest stable released version of Python? 3.12.1, 3.12.4, 3.12.3, 3.12.2. So we'll see how many people upgrade actively and pay attention to what they're clicking yes to. All the people who work in security will probably know, oh, there you go. Yeah, 34 correct answers. It's 3.12.2. Okay. Let's go to question number 7. When was the first official Python 090 released? 1991, 92, You can choose the date. Five seconds to go. Any guesses when in the last century it was? 20th of February, 1991. A little more reshuffling. And here we go to the next question, number 8. What does PEP stand for in Python context? Proposal to edit? Post-exposure prophylaxis? What do you think? Choose the most correct answer, okay? Here we go. Yes, Python enhancement proposal. We have one person here who thinks it is post-exposure prophylaxis, so... All right. Here we go, question number 9. We're getting to the half. What are the licenses of Python from 3.8.6? Multiple correct answers. Which ones are they? GNU GPL, MIT, Zero Close BSD, or PSF license agreement? And the answer is, it's Zero Close BSD and PSF license agreement. A little more reshuffling at the top. And we go to question number 10 after you're done with this one. When was the sunset date for Python 2? 2019, 20, two options for 2020, and 2021. 10 seconds to go. And it was the 1st of January 2020. And fun fact, we were planning Pycon Slovakia for 2020 for March, and we wanted to have the official global Python 2 after party. So we were planning, a big cake and just celebrating, the sunset date of Python 2, because we were at the we were actually aligned with that date pretty well. And COVID happened, so we never had the party. We should probably throw it at some point in the future, but doing a Python 2 party would be a little too nerdy at this point. So let's see what the scoreboard looks like. Milo still in the first place, Blacker second, etc. Let's go to question number 11, I believe. So we're entering the second half. If a function contains at least one yield statement, it becomes an anonymous function, an iterable, none of these answers, or a generator function. There's going to be a few Python questions and some Slovakia questions, which you will hopefully enjoy. Let's look at the results now. Yes, it's a generator function. Not much shuffling in the scoreboard, and we'll go to question number 12. The statement using AND operator is true if either operand is true, first operand is true, both operands are true, or both operands are false. Five seconds to go. Yes, both operands are true. I guess this reshuffling happened due to the speed, so we want to be fast as well as correct. Question number 13. Which of the following is true about the pass statement? Python interpreter ignores the pass statement like comments. It is used as a placeholder. The pass statement terminates the loop containing it, or none of the answers is correct. Only one correct answer. And it is used as a placeholder for future implementations. Question number 14. What Python built-in function returns the unique number assigned to an object? ID, ref, refnum, or identify? That's a little typo, but don't let that throw you off. Built in. 5 seconds to go. Yes, it is ID. True or false? Number 15. The Python interpreter takes code you write and converts it to the language that the computer's hardware understands. Is it true or false? Is this the correct answer? Okay. Well, I would say that, it's bytecode, but okay, all right. Could be phrased in a little tricky way. All right. So, now 5 more questions left. What is the population of Slovakia as of 31st of December, 2023? In the next question, you will be asked to write down all the names as a proof, okay? So. And wisdom of the crowds, yes, it's 5.424 million. Question number 17, what is the highest mountain peak in Slovakia? It's not the name, it's the height. So, the units are in meters. That is something you should know. These are not feet or anything, so. 2,654 and 40 centimeters. So we're getting close. 3 more questions left. When was the first Slovak national park founded? 1932, 37, 54, or 49? Five seconds to go. And it was 1949. We're getting close, folks. We're getting close. 2 more questions. What is the lowest elevation point in Slovakia? Again, units are meters. Five seconds to go. And the answer is 94.3 meters. I think this is also a frequency of, is it fun radio or which one is it? In megahertz. Anyway, so lowest point in Slovakia in multiple ways. Here we go. Black are still leading. And this is the final question. What is the length of state borders of Slovakia in kilometers? And now, a moment of surprise. Yes, it's 1652 kilometers. Are you curious when I click next whose names you will see? Can I do that? Yeah? Okay, let's see who's at the top of the scoreboard. So, in the third place, is it Ivy or LV? Second place, Kirill. Oh, yeah, first place. Who is that? Oh, it's Blacker. Congratulations. So please come down here, and I will have a few minutes to distribute the prizes. We are exactly on time as planned. So please come collect the prizes, and then we'll call the next one. So let's make this as quick as possible. Let's start with Blacker. You can walk over here, and then there is that direction, and you can collect your prize. Yeah, they're Blacker. There you go. You can pick whatever you want, please. Yes. Okay, there you go. Awesome. Yeah, please help yourself. Just choose whatever. There's also these, so please. Yeah. And there are also the books, so let me just take these out. To. Dobře. No a ešte tu máme, že... Bolo by to dosť dlho by to trvalo, takže asi budeme musieť sa hýbať, preto sme to ukazovali predtým, než no. Takže pick one. No, musíme to trošku hýbať. Takže... Just a second. Toto ako si obrazíme celý ten líder, bude to pozrieme, alebo tu ukazuje prvých troch, a že kde sú, že summary, tam neviem, či tam je v tomto. No, summary, tam ukazuje otázky. Vieš čo, klikni radšej, lebo neviem, že pozri, poď podľa seba. View full report, toto bude full report, dobre. Môžeme dať view report, that's fine. Aha. Players. Final score. Okay. Is anyone from Kahoot around here, please? We want to speak with you. Yeah, the next talk. I haven't signed up for any lightning talk, but I think I'll do one about anti-patterns. So, yeah. Anyway, so here's what we'll do. Since we do not have the full list of results, we'll do, this will be a little chaotic, but we can handle that. We'll do the honor system, so you know what your scores were. So if you would please come over here if you knew that you were in the first roughly 15-ish places, and we'll round you up, and that's how we'll collect the prizes. It's gonna be 3 extra minutes, but we'll manage. So if you take your phone with you, with your score on the screen, we'll just, sort you manually, because computers cannot do that. Humans will need to do that. If anyone thinks that ChatGPT will replace us, it will not. Okay, here's the proof. So please take your phone so we can make this quick, and we'll just walk in that direction, and yeah, we'll collect the prizes. If there's anyone who teaches computer science and knows about quicksort algorithm and all that, please give us a theoretical lecture. I think that's going to be very, very educational. So let's do that. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so if you could get behind the podium and in the line you're sorted, in the order you're standing, please come over here and collect your prizes. Also note that we have the licenses over here, we have the books here, so we can just walk and hopefully everybody will find something for themselves. It's not Vianoce ti ujdeš, niečo, vieš.
Zoberiem to najlepšiu knihu a kolegovi ju dám.
No vidíš to, najlepšie.
Lebo doma už konečne som dostal
Áno,
zase.
dobre. Ešte už toto ostal celkom dosť, takže si môžete vybrať. Tu nás sú aj tie tašky, takže...
Čo je dole?
Aj. To je jedna, toto je jedna, druhá, tretia, štvrtá, piatá, šiesta, ešte, dobre. A čo si zoberieš? Ešte to dokonca aj tento, pozri, ešte aj ruksak dokonca. To je celkom sympatický, že? Takže, jasno, mne, sponzorom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 6 more prizes available, and that would be the final number. So if more of you still have your high score on your screen, please come down. There's 6 more prizes available. Okay, let's line you up. Okay, so this would be 91, 42. So we're going to be, yeah, so let's go in this order. Yeah, just hold yourselves and please. Okay, so please come over and collect your prizes.
I was around 20 or so.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
Yeah, you certainly better.
Yeah.
You have the 932. Okay.
Yeah, so you have the highest number out of these, right? Yeah, just please come and just collect the stuff. Yeah, please.
Odstranit to rozmazání. Čo? Vypadalo, že to mají jenom rozmazané, že by to šlo jako odstranit jako
Už neskoro, už teraz, hej, ale ďakujem za tým.
Okay.
Please, yeah, go ahead. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So there are the books. This is a single prize. This is another single prize. Okay. So yeah, go ahead, please. This is one prize, second, third, fourth, fifth. So. Okay, now, a big round of applause to everyone who participated and to the winners. Let's take a short 5-minute break and we'll be back for the lightning talk. So if you're a lightning talk, would you kindly come down here and stay in the first row so that we can make sure that everything is ready, we can set things up, and we'll start in 5 minutes.
Check, check. All right, guys, we are moving into the lightning talks, okay? So everybody has 5 minutes. That's the rule. You cannot go over. We will pull you off and, anyways. So you're going to see a countdown timer, and when you see 5 seconds left, I want everybody to tap, 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 just like this. Lovely. Everybody practice. Let me see. Well done. You can tell I teach children. Yes, yes, yes. All right, and then when we see the time runs out, we're going to clap, and we're going to do the applause. Yes, very good, very good. Now, the person who gets the loudest applause wins. I can tell because I'm a physicist, so I can measure decibels with my brain. And what they're going to win is keeping their dignity. Yeah. All right. On y va? All right, our first talk is Pycon PL with Philippe. Take it away, Philippe.
Oh, this one works. Great. Awesome. Welcome, everyone. I would like to talk about the Pycon PL conference. So, what's the plan? And about the conference. It's the 16th edition of the conference, so it's happening since 2008, only skipped once during the COVID. Up to 4 tracks, so 2 4 talks, 2 4 workshops. From last year, 80% of content was in English, and probably it will be the same this year. 40 to 50 talks, 12 workshops, 2 to 4 keynote speakers, 3 sessions of lightning talks, and a social event that includes dinner, board games night, and some free beer. So first thing, when? So it will happen at the end of August and also will include the 1st of September. So it's from Thursday to Sunday. We're in a city called Gliwice at the Silesian University of Technology. And where is Gliwice? It's in the southern Poland. Who heard about Gliwice? Oh, I'm surprised. That's so many people. Okay. So it's not a big city, but large enough to appear on the Slovak Wikipedia. So it's a part of bigger metropolitan area with the main city, Katowice. So the symbol of Gliwice is radio tower, and actually it's the tallest wooden construction in Europe. So quite interesting fact. Also on the Slovak Wikipedia there was the information about that. How to get there? So by train. So Gliwice has direct train connection to Bratislava, Berlin, Budapest, Prague, Vienna. The nearest airport are Katowice Airport and Krakow. So the Krakow is the second biggest airport in Poland. And it's easily reachable by car because Gliwice has intersection of 2 important motorways, A1 and A4. That are connected with the Czech Republic and Germany. So, direct trains from Bratislava to Gliwice. As you see, the price can be really low if you book earlier, so only 10 euros, quite cheap. Accommodation. So, when I was giving lightning talks about Pycon PL in the past, I talked that the accommodation is included. But now, in the current editions after the COVID, it's not included, so you need to find accommodation on your own. There's plenty of options in Gliwice itself, but also in neighboring cities. And for the cheapest option, you can book a room in a dormitory. And it's a good option, and the dormitories are renovated. Call for proposals. It will open in next week, probably on 19th of March, so quite close to today. And what are the submission types? Talk, workshops, discussion panels, contest, and anything else you can imagine. So you have an option when submitting call for proposal that you can propose your own conference activity. The preferred language is English, and the speaker's benefits are free ticket and accommodation for the time of the conference. And deadline for the call for proposal submissions is 22 of April. Unfortunately, the website is not ready yet, but check the website next week, and it should be already the 2024 edition. And I guess that's all, so I hope to see you on Pycon PL, and I would like to ask for a big applause once again for Pycon SK organizers that did great work, and don't worry about the quiz, the conference is fine, you know, everything went well. So, thank you.
Thank you, Philippe. All right. I'll hand you this microphone when you're ready. Or we can turn this on. Okay. Are you ready to go?
Hello, hello. Ah, you can hear me now. That's perfect. All right. I think you can see me as well, right? So maybe some of you have, oh, not yet, not yet. Oh, not yet.
Yeah, I thought you were introducing yourself. All right, so next we have Disadaptive, and your name is Peter?
Peter.
Peter, nice to, okay, let's go.
So maybe you have heard about this module, import this. It's very eloquent, but we're not native English speakers. We don't use words like eloquent, and we do import this. Now, what does this do? I need a function for that, like add A and B, return A plus B, right? The simplest function you can write. Need to call the function too. And need to call it with actual arguments. Okay, so yeah, that's that. And then when I do this dot this with the function, it tells me what's the bytecode of this function, so how to execute this function. So what this function does, it loads two variables, A and B, it adds them together, this binary means there's two of them, and it returns the resulting value, right? And that's very interesting, do it for larger functions, your head will spin. In newer versions of Python, we have an argument called adaptive equals true, and when I do that, it well, let me put a print here so we know where that starts. Okay, so it does exactly the same thing as before, right? The new thing in new versions of Python is we have adaptive bytecode, which means this operation, the adding, which is quite slow, becomes adapted to integers. But it only happens if you call the function with integers enough times. So let's call it once more, and now we have this binary ob add int, which is a bit faster because it knows it assumes its arguments are integers, and it checks that they are, and then adds them together without, asking the first object, hey, I would like you to figure out what the other object is, and do some kind of addition with it, which is very slow. So one of the reasons we have a speed up in new versions of Python is these adaptive opcodes, right? You call a function twice with the same kind of arguments, and it detects that you'll probably use it with the same arguments again. Let's try that with strings. I do it with strings, and it stays int. Which is not that bad. It just knows that they are not exactly ints, so it falls back to doing the slow thing. But if I do this often enough, it will switch to adding strings or floats if I do floats. And apparently the magic number is 53. I'm not exactly sure why. It was probably measured very carefully. It might have something to do with prime numbers or something like that. Anyway, if you would like to see how Python works on the inside, how the bytecode works for the virtual machine, you should import this. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I tell you guys a good chemistry joke while we waited, but all the good ones are gone. Actually, there is a good one. Oxygen and potassium went on a date. It was just okay. Went on a joke. I ruined the punchline. Oxygen and magnesium went on a date, and I was like, OMG. All right, we have Michael, is it? And,
yeah, Michael.
And you are talking about?
Sorry.
What are you talking about?
Talking about flat.
Excellent, flat. All right, take it away.
Hello everyone. My name is Michal Sestrenka. I would like to present you something related multi-platform GUI programming. And it is package flat. Probably a lot of you are developing GUI application. There are a lot of frameworks which you are using. Some are better, some are not so good. But what I would like to present you, possibility of programming multi-platform. What I mean multi-platform, it is presented on this picture, so mobile, web, and desktop application. How we can achieve it? We can achieve it via a flat framework. You can find some documentation here, and then also there are GitHub. GitHub project page. Project consists a lot of packages which are tied together, and you can do which I will present you later. So what is behind? It is something like this. You write a Python's program which use flat. You start this program. Program automatically downloads server and Flutter client, and they are communicating. If you want to deploy somewhere, you need to artifacts like binary version, and you can build binary version according these metrics. I just want to point out that if you want to build it like your Python application for iOS, you need to build it on Mac, and you can see a lot of possibilities. So let's go. Demo just here. We will have application which is like counter application. You can click on plus and minus, and as you can see, you can see native Windows window, then Mac window, and you can also here is example of web window. If I zoom it like this way, it's kind of, if you are familiar with Flask, it's like similar. You import flat, then you at bottom put one routine into the application. And for example, you have everything is like a page, and page could have view, and you are putting elements like buttons and so on into this page. And for example, we have text field, and then we put into the rows two buttons, and in the middle text field. And buttons can have callbacks like this minus, and when you click on button in Flutter, the message is delivered to Python's code. It is it is increased or decreased, and the change is via page update reflected back to Flutter client. And maybe for how many times we have? Okay, so maybe for better understanding, this is like projects gallery, and you can see that everything is built by flat. And as you can see, for example, you can change line themes and so on. Yeah, and you can click. There is multiple buttons, and you can investigate it yourself. Maybe try to run demo. Maybe not sure if. Okay, here it is. Yeah, I run it, and I can click. And what is perfect on it? It works like hot reloading. I will change the code. Save, and it is okay. Thank you.
Very nice. Glad you guys got that. Good job. Thank you. Thank you.
This one. Should I do slideshow or? I can see here and there. Okay. Can you hear me?
Great. Now we have Filipa, and she's doing I Am Biased. Yeah. Oh, I can read it right there.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Filipa. I'm going to lightning talk to you about unconscious bias. Do I have to stay here or? Yeah. Okay, that's okay. So this is ChatGPT, a very beautiful description of what is it. But basically, they are hidden biases very deep in our brains that might, if used very fast, they might be source of discrimination. You probably already heard about that. And we don't really realize it. So I call this I'm biased because I also have these biases. All of us have them. And it happened to me the other day that I went with my friend. We were walking, and we both work in IT. And she was very frustrated about her job. And she was telling me that she wanted to quit. And in one moment, my very fast brain just said, hey, if they open a junior position at my work, I will tell you. And then there was this awkward silence. And then she said, Filipa, I'm not a junior. And this is when I realized that it just hit me. So of course she's not a junior, I know, but I did it so fast, I talked so fast that I didn't think about it. So now I make the game to you. Are you biased? So I have a small game for you. You don't need to say anything. There's no quiz or subscription I have to do to do this game. So it's very simple. There are faces of people, and you're going just to think who is what. So who is a doctor? A nurse, electrician, a secretary. There are more. A teacher, the president. I know who is the president. A driver, a maid. Some more. Who is smart? We like a lot this word in IT. Who is smart? I'm sure we all are. Sensitive. I hope you all are too. Who is a data engineer? And this one I have to do my disguise. Who is a programmer? So I hope it triggers something with you. Let me see the time. Okay. So type of biases, there are many types of biases, but I'm just talking about these ones based on visuals. Like you just see someone, and we love to put people into categories, and that's why we survived, probably, and we still need that a lot for protection. But sometimes these biases might be harmful in the societies as we have them now. So ageism, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. So like you perceive the abilities of someone based on their age or the age you perceive this person is. Appearance, we know this one very well. Everything you see, like color of your skin, the way you look, your hair, your facial characteristics, everything might make you think something about the other person. And the gender, one also, another one that is very, very famous. So the perceived gender will make you think something about the abilities of that person. And this is where we want to kind of stop ourselves. So this is real, we all have this because it's based on our education, our society, everything is made, some things deep in our brains. But we need to think that it might hurt people when we let ourselves think too fast. Being aware of them is the best way to control this so that you don't hurt people, especially friends. For example, I hurt a bit my friend, and I'm glad that she felt safe to tell me. But if you are meeting someone you never met before, they will not tell you. So it's good to be aware. Harvard has this project Implicit. You can go online and test your biases. Quite interesting. There are all kinds of stuff there. Good advice I always hear is slow thinking. Like, don't jump into saying something very fast. Yeah? Take a step back and just think about what you really want to say or if it just popped in your head by magic. So be respectful and be kind to each other. That's my advice. So thank you. All images were generated with Midjourney, so no GDPR I broke to show you all these people. If you know some of that people there, it's possible. My contacts are here if you want to chat about anything. I'm with PyLadies Bratislava. That's my GitHub. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Filipa.
HDMI, right?
Yes.
Okay, up next we have Point Life Hacks with Miloš.
Skúsme to nastaviť. Kde sa to chytá? Či sa to chytá? Áno. Identity výstup rozšíriť doprava. Máme to dole zatiaľ.
I'm out of cringy chemistry jokes. I'm so sorry. I know you guys love those.
Tento bude lepší.
Dad jokes are coming up. All right, ready to go.
Ahojte, nedajte sa oklamať. Toto mi napísali kamaráti a snad tam nebudú blbosti, potom sa smejte im. Just kidding. Okay, so in Slovak. Mám 3 necelé životné hacky, s ktorými by som sa chcel podeliť. Začneme hneď prvým. Čo vám chýba na Pythone? Pohyb. Takže po náročnom dni začneme s problematickým pohybom na začiatok. Poprosím vás teraz trošička vašej interaktivity. Ruky hore, zakývame Pánu Bohu do okien. Au. Zakývame svojim nohám. Zakývame susedovi doľava. Zakývame susedovi doprava. Výborne. Sme rozhýbaní. A teraz to príde. Takže, opakujte po mne. Tak. Teraz zakývame Pánu Bohu do okien, svojim nohám, susedovi doľava, susedovi doprava. Prepačte, zdravie. Pozor na svoje zdravie a hľadajte ho, kým ono nenájde vás. A teraz, pokiaľ nemáte zlomené ruky... Dobre. Poďme ďalej. Nezabudeme sa hýbať. A už viackrát tu odznelo niečo o dockeroch, o tom, že je to prenositeľné a podobne. Conda v tomto smere tiež môže prísť na pomoc, pretože neviem, koľký z vás sa snažili presnúť virtual env. Pre expertov sa spomenie iba malú výzvu. Skúste presunúť virtual env z RHEL Linuxov na nejaké Ubuntu alebo Arch dockery. A keď sa vám to podarí, ozvite sa mi. A teraz vážne. Conda je super vec. a je staticky linkovaná. A existuje, že conda package. Využite to v prípade, že idete presúvať dáta, alebo teda to vaše prostredie na rovnaký OS s rovnakou CPU architektúrou, tak v podstate iba, keď to urobíte, tak na danom mieste to untarnete, aktivujete, zbehnete conda unpack a idete. Takže je to naozaj niečo, čo vás udrží v pohybe, je to čosi ako lightweight Docker. A iba moja poznámka, neobmedzujte sa na Python, môžete si tam nainštalovať MCčko alebo veľa vecí. Hýbte sa. Dobre, to sme mali telo, fyzické, technické. A poďme na dušu. Komunikácia. Moja skúsenosť. A keď máte veľký projekt a chcete dosiahnuť veľké veci, potrebujete aj väčší tím. A technicky aj netechnicky. Čím máte viacej ľudí v tom tíme, tým viacej komunikácie potrebujete. Technickej aj netechnickej. A potom zistíte, že hard skills sú skôr také lokálne pre tie moduly a komunikácia ako soft skills je globálna pre celý projekt, aby vôbec existoval, aby vôbec fungoval. A preto vo veľkých projektoch sa veľmi často, až príliš často stáva, že hard skills sú menej než soft skills. Nedajte sa tým limitovať, získajte ich a hýbte sa. A komunikácia nie je všetko. Buďte vo vnútri a v srdci dobrými ľuďmi, pokiaľ môžete. Verte, že môžete. A máme zhruba 3 body, 3,141, to je zhruba 3. OK. Časť 2. Dávajte pozor na príliš toxických ľudí, takých, čo vás ignorujú a ktorí vás viac využívajú, ako vás akceptujú. A to je napríklad vtedy, keď manažér ignoruje vašu potrebu rásť, alebo keď kolegovia v tíme ignorujú vaše veľmi opodstatnené a veľmi kritické nejaké požiadavky, ktoré sú nutnosťou. Alebo ak vás nejak vaša práca nečelinžuje, alebo ak váš plat vyviete. Takže hýbte sa. A teraz prejdeme aj na niečo také transcendentné, možno trošku duchovnejšie. A to je nová generácia. Istotne ste počuli o code reproducibility, ale neviem, či ste počuli o coder reproducibility. A možno sa smejete, ale je to rovnako dôležité. A je každého z nás úlohou dať novú generáciu, aj kóderov. A v opačnom prípade, ak nedáte vášmu projektu novú generáciu kóderov, jeho osud je ísť do koša. A tam iba spomeniem, že mierou čitateľnosti vášho kódu, ktorá tu už bola spomenutá niekoľkokrát, je, koľkým kóderom to viete posunúť. Neprestaňte sa hýbať. Platí to aj pre život. A posledná vec, najdôležitejšia. Potlesk pre tých, pre ktorých sme my novou generáciou, našim učiteľom.
Great, thank you.
Thank a lot. Auf Deutsch, guten Tag. A po slovensky, veselé Vianoce a šťastný nový rok.
Hi. All right, now we have the CC stack with T. Christian, I believe.
Chris.
Chris.
Oh, I walk a lot, so can I use this one? I will just be seated. Okay. Okay, does this work? Okay. Great, okay. So, oh, sorry, just a second, I have to switch the screen. Yeah. Oh, so the delay. Oh, you're getting spoiled. Spoilers. Okay, so I'm Chris. I come from the web development community, and in web development we have this sport to brag about our tech stack. And I'm going to show you some of the contenders. We have the JavaScript community and their spaghetti monster, which they all acclaim, and there are many frameworks. We have the mercenaries doing Django with HTMX, or maybe some do Golang with HTMX. There's the web developers who already ascended, and they're doing web development in Rust. But I'm going to show you a new stack that I've come up with. I mean, I didn't come up with it. It's called the CS stack from ChatGPT and Streamlit. So, yeah, if you haven't gotten a CS diploma or degree just yet, you're going to get it in the next 4 minutes. So, just a second. let me show you real quick. So I've actually built this application in Streamlit in like 20 minutes because I just joined a synthetic biology club as a Python mentor, and I'm learning biology with them, and they just don't have enough patience to learn like the basics of Python. You know, Python is already pretty high up there on the layers of abstraction. It's a pretty high-level language, but it wasn't enough for them. They wanted something that's just instant. So we've built this. Just a second. And we've built this with a single prompt. I actually show you 3 versions. Each one is like one extra prompt. So this basically accesses the NCBI database. Let me show you the code actually real quick if I have the time. Oh, okay. So basically what this does is just the title, then it says this, yeah, the description. We have an input, accession number, it's a text input. Then it's pretty cool, like with only this line, if button, you also create a button and also declare what it's going to do after you press it. So it's so little code for so much. So let's see what happens. Ah, frick. Okay, so if I play analyze sequence, it basically makes a request. I've actually explained what API requests mean. Like I said, it's like a delivery boy or something. So let's see what we did with 2 prompts. This time we enter 2 IDs. So this goes to this page right here, which basically has some DNA stuff data, and you only have like you have an ID, and you can just use that ID to fetch the data. So if we use both of these sequences, it does a comparison, and you can see basically at which position you have the same, basically like a comparison between them. And then with the 3 prompts, we've actually included the GPT, the OpenAI API, and it only was like 20 lines of code extra. And they found this really cool because we both created a chart showcasing like the content of each nucleotide and an explanation with ChatGPT. So this got them a lot more interested in programming because it wasn't enough to show the variables and the basics. So I see I have 2 more minutes, but I'm done.
Very much. Very good. All right. Anton? Artur. Okay. All right. Next we have Artur to talk to us about EuroPython. Ooh. I won't be there this summer, but you guys should go. It's going to be a blast. You're going to hear all about it once they get this set up soon. Hype.
Wait. I want to do
Your dad's a joke.
Mirror, yes.
Okay. Code of conduct violation.
Cool. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I have a couple of conference announcements to make, so I'll start with the EuroPython. Who knows what EuroPython is? Okay, that's a lot more hands than when I was here in 2022 and asking the same question. That's really good to see that. For those of you who don't know, EuroPython is a 7-day Python conference. This year, just like last year, it's happening in Prague in July 8th to 14th. If you go to europython.eu, there's like a full description of what's happening. Maybe I'll make it a little bit larger so you can see. There's like 2 days of tutorials, 3 days of conference talks, and then 2 days of sprints. This year, it's happening in exactly the same place as last year. So in PCC, who went to EuroPython in 2023? Okay. Hopefully, if you went there and if you enjoyed it, you get to enjoy it again. If you haven't been there, now it's the opportunity to catch up. We had a running call for proposals. It finished last week, this week. On Thursday, we received a record-breaking 627 submissions. Now we will start the community voting and the panel review of those proposals. So the program will be out in probably a couple of months. If you've ever been to EuroPython before, you're eligible for voting, so please follow that page, and there will be like a special link that you will receive to vote on what you like the best to see at the conference. The tickets will start March 25th, and the FinAid is already open, so if you go to the website, there are all the details there. If you want to learn more about EuroPython, there's also EuroPython blog at blog.europython.eu, and there's this button on the bottom right, subscribe to EuroPython newsletter. We send all the important announcements via email, so if you don't, you can follow us on social media, and if not, you can sign up for a newsletter and get all the information that way. So hope to see you all in Prague, but if July is too far ahead for you, there's another conference. It's in Florence. It's Pycon Italia. And if you go to pycon.it, you will get all the details. The schedule is out. It's in Florence, 22nd to 25th of May. There's the schedule, there are the tickets, the keynoters, everything is on the website. Who've been to Pycon Italia in Florence before? Okay, less people than EuroPython, but still a bunch. If you've been there before, there's, again, opportunity to see the Pycon Italia again. If you've never been there before, there might be the last chance to see Pycon in Florence. I'm told that they're looking into switching the venue next year. It's not confirmed yet, but if you've never been to Florence, I highly recommend it. Okay, so I think that's it. If you want to learn more about EuroPython, I'll be around. It's the end of the day, but I'll still be around. And then happy to talk. And that's it.
Thank you so much. Awesome. Hope you guys all make it. It was great last year. All right, so next we have Look at That Traceback by Miro, who was an excellent opponent, I believe, today, if that was the person coming up on the screen.
Is it on? Yeah.
Looks like it.
I'm going to do a lot of live coding, so I need my hands. Okay, so how many of you already use Python 3.13? You should try harder and report bugs, because it's still alpha. Let me have a string here. Don't trust atoms. They make up everything. Oh, it's a traceback. The traceback has colors in it. Thank you.
You know, that was absolutely beautiful. I think so far you've got the best applause. I hate to burst your bubble, but you could have just used double quotation marks there. All right, who's up next? Don't forget Excel, but where's the person they've forgotten to show? There they are. Hello. Don't forget Excel by Martine. I bloody well hate Excel, so prove me wrong.
Okay, let's get started. Hi, everyone. This time without any presentation or showcase. I hope you forgive me for that, because I want to tell you something about Excel. I hope everybody knows that. And what forgetting? Because it's time of high school graduations, in Slovak maturita, or monitor this elementary school. You know, if you are parents or have younger siblings, you know what I'm talking about. Is about learning stuff. If you are use it in your current job, actually, for example, quadratic functions. And Excel is one about this boomerang things which revert you when you need it again. Then I think is really useful stuff. For that, as a data science or the data engineer is really oftentimes used and very useful tools. For example, contingency table or pivot table. It provides you very basic data cleaning functions. I will not talk about everything, of course. Is just sharing about that, and I think with Excel you can provide nice, simple visualization for that. For example, Pareto charts is very nice, very basics. And I personally didn't know, for example, that numeric values are on the right side on the cell and text or string values are the left side. And just another observation, when you save Excel, as CSV file is tells you that it's comma separated. It's actually not. really, try yourself and think about it, because it's not really comma separated. Maybe it's not general issue, but in Slovakia, we are use comma for separating decimal places, and in contrast to dot, like United States or England, for example. Yes, I think it's worth Excel not forgetting, because you never know when you use that. Even if you know any, I would say, advanced tools, for example, Tableau or Talent for data cleaning and data preparations. I think Excel is basic, it's good stuff, good tools to bounce into the better future and improve your career experiences. Thank you, it's great to be here.
Thank you so much. I am completely sold. I will now exclusively be using Excel. Goodbye, I'm leaving the Python community. All right. Next we have local models, llama.cpp by another Martin.
Super. Ešte asi tento viem. Je ma počuť? Môžem si to nejako dvihnúť? Tak. Okay. So, hi, my name is Martin. I am an application architect in IBM, and the following presents only my view and not IBM's. So it's my personal opinion. How many of you do know Llama CPP? Oh, so only so little, okay. Okay, so last year, not only ChatGPT happened, also what happened was that Llama model got leaked, and the open source world kind of jumped on it and created a lot of packages, created some tools around it, and one of the most kind of useful is Llama CPP. It is done by Georgi Garganov, and it enables you to run basically those large language models which you know locally. Not now, because you will not be able to run, for example, ChatGPT 3.4 or Gemini or models like that. But there are a lot of variation on Llama models. There are a lot of new models from Mistral, and for example, now there were some contributions by Google and also from IBM. To install Llama CPP, you just pull or clone the repository, and it enables you various modes of build. It requires C and C++, but you can use it with CUDA, or you can use it also with Metal, or you can just use it with your CPU. Another very important point which happened last year was also a new kind of way of enabling the models for inferencing, which was the quantization, where you would, instead of using floating points, 32 or 16, you would switch to integers. And it would make the model much, much smaller, and also it would enable, for example, with using Llama CPP, to actually run the models on your computer. So I already downloaded the model and compiled, and this is the Mistral model, and I'm using a prompt from Mistral, asking what is Pycon conference, and you can see this is running on my local computer. It's a 7 billion parameters model, quantized to 4 bits, and it's running quite reasonably, I believe. But that's not all. Llama CPP in kind of base offering, let's say, it offers also server modes, so you can run it as a server and use any kind of APIs to connect to it or any kind of language. But because we are on a Python, there is also Python binding. And it's the Python Llama CPP binding, which you can download with pip. and you can use it in Python. It's really, really nice. Okay. So I need to first import, sorry. And I call the, okay, sorry. Invoke the prompt again. Takes a bit more time because it's not streaming, it's actually computing on the background. So let's give it a few more seconds. And while we wait, when you use, for example, the server, you can use also the stream kind of connection. And it's very nice to actually connect, for example, to Streamlit and create some kind of chat kind of experience with it. And if I output the result, it's also quite nice. What I wanted to show you as the last thing was that on Hugging Face, actually everybody from the open source kind of converged here with the models. And to be able to run the models in with Llama, CPP, just search for the Giga format, and you can see there is around 6,000 models available. You can download them, you can run them locally on your machine. So if you want to, for example, it's very well suited for summarization, for entity extraction. It's not so good for some question answering, but if you include retro-augmented generation, you can also use that. So thank you. That will be all from me.
Right on time. Excellent. All right, next up, we have Get Crazy. I already am. Get Crazy with GPT Dolly by another Miro. Are you the one that was winning? My nemesis. So I was reading the Zen of Python earlier, and I hate to break it to you guys, but it says there should be only one obvious and there should be one obvious and preferably only one obvious way to do it. So why do we have 3 different versions, 12 different ways to download them, and over 80 different frameworks that do the same thing? Think about it.
Tento.
Sorry? Oh, did you know that neutrinos are Catholic? They actually do have mass. Okay.
Dobrý večer. Mám problém. Potrebujem si navrhnúť logo pre seba, pre moju prácu a pre moje hobby. Môžem si urobiť logo sám, môžem si objednať grafika, alebo môžem skúsiť zadať prácu ChatGPT. A tu je výsledok. Je tam všetko. Programujem. OK, nie je to úplne ideálne, tak ako moja angličtina. Robím občas aj web design, alebo webodane. OK, nepoužívam myš. Hius a Moucen. OK, nesedí to úplne. Mám 10 mačiek. Mám 8 mačiek a 2 kocúrov. Dobre, logo by nebolo úplne ideálne pre ChatGPT. Poďme na niečo zábavnejšie. Čo tak jaskyný človek, ktorý si robí selfie. Takže zadáme prompt. Evidentne som to písal ja. A výsledok? Do pozornosti dávam trošku nesprávny počet nôh, ale jak skvelú košelu, kamennú. Poďme ďalej. Robím nejakú akciu o Linuxe v mojom meste, v ktorom som sa narodil. A zase potrebujem nejakú grafiku. Takže napíšeme dlhý prompt. A tu je výsledok. Čo robí to jablko vľavo hore? Druhá iterácia. Dobre, robíme to trošku futuristickejšie. Cyberpunk. Výsledok? Počet nôh trošku nesedí. Jedna je navyše. Dobre, dobre. Keby chýbala, bolo by to horšie. Pokračujeme ďalšou iteráciou a ideme na Futuretro style. Neviem, či to poznáte. Trošku nesedí to úplne dokopy, ale je to futuristické, je to retro. Výsledok? Zase trošku nesedí počet nôh a mačka v trúbe. Pokračujeme niečím lepším. Steampunk. Steampunk mám rád. Evidentne používa Linux. Toto z toho vážne vyšlo. Tak poďme niečo pre arch Linuxákov. Dajme kamenný mainframe s arch Linuxom. A kde sa to bude konať? Čo tak brutalistická budova s logom Tuxa? Nemusí existovať, ale mohla by. Poďme nejakú reklamu, napríklad na brokolicu. Čo tak urobiť akčnú, ale vtipnú? Napríklad s tyrannosaurami. A teraz, ako tieto prompty boli napísané? Ja som ich samozrejme nepísal. Ja som začal niečím takýmto. 2 tyrannosaure sa bijú o brokolicu. Čo s tým? Tak dajme to na výšku. A toto je výsledok. A urobme to zábavným. Tak jednoduché to je. Ďakujem za pozornosť.
Thank you. I've always wanted to see Tyrannosaurus Rexes holding broccoli. That really made my day. All right, next we have Hint, Use Duck Types by Alvaro.
Okay.
Schrodinger and Heisenberg were driving in a car together, and they were speeding, and they got pulled over. The policeman asked Heisenberg, "Do you know how fast you were going?" And Heisenberg replies, "No, but I know where I am."
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, cool. Right, okay. So hello everyone. I gave a talk earlier today, and it's a little bit about how to build payments in Python. And well, I mean, the organization knows already how difficult it is to get payments right. So yeah, this is the kind of stuff that I was talking about. One of the things that I was talking was the idea of inheritance versus composition. And a piece of feedback that I got after the talk was really interesting, and I wanted to share it with you with some live coding if I have the time. And the idea is that you cannot, I mean, it's assumed that you cannot reject inheritance when you're talking about types, because there's this idea that you have an ABC class with abstract methods, that you have some run and not defined method error in the middle of the function, that kind of stuff. Like you cannot do away with base classes so that you can pass along in the code, right? So if I have this function, I'm probably going to inherit from this abstract operation response that is going to be implemented here in the operation response. And I mean, I'm not talking about anything shattering here, but the thing is, I'm not doing that. And I want to show you what is going on here. So the thing that I want to talk a little bit about is this protocol class that is, I don't know how recent it is in Python, but it's fairly recent. And the idea is that this protocol is designed so that it checks without having any inheritance that there's these attributes, there's classes over in the code that have the same attributes and the same methods. They automatically belong to this class without any inheritance going on. And let me show you what I mean by that. Just to show you, I'm going to check this file, actually the folder where this flow file is happening. As you can see, MyPy has no complaints about this stuff, and it's actually fine with it. But the moment that I change something in the protocol, and let's say something like Pycon rules, and it's probably going to be a Boolean, because it's obviously going to be true or something like that, you can see that even though, as I show you, there's no relationship between these two, MyPy is complaining that operation response is missing. It's missing this Pycon rules attribute, and I can always go back. The perils of light coding, and if I do bool, and obviously it's going to be equals true, then MyPy is back on the green. Well, maybe not. But because I'm so bad with these stuff, and which is the purpose of types after all, to verify this stuff for me, so that I don't do typos, I don't do the silly stuff. So we're back in green, and this actually works for methods too. Let's say, I don't know, have a nice year, and see you next year. This is going to be fine. Why? Well, because the protocol allows for the things, but whatever you add on top of it is going to be fine. Whereas, for instance, if I do something silly, like I have a nice year with an attribute, like, I don't know, hey, it's going to be a string, and return, I don't know, let's say test, something bad is going to happen here, because even though it's the same method, I have defined with different attributes and different arguments and all that stuff. But good stuff is that if I go back here and I make sure that this returns a string, there you go. Yeah, don't use Vim extension in VS Code, please. So if I go back to here and I go back to green. This is just a little bit of what you can do, and I'm going to be brave enough to just say these so that I can remove the need to import altogether, which is one of the usual complaints when you have with types. And yeah, it works pretty cool. So no need to import, no need to anything. Check the protocols on the PEP, and thank you.
Thank you, Alvaro. All right, next up we have How to Wear a Perfume by, sorry, what's your name? Tomasz. All right, thank you.
Hello, so this is maybe a weird topic for IT people, but here I am. My name is Tomasz. I am a Python software developer, but I also have this hobby of creating perfumes, which turns out to be a surprisingly technical endeavor. And technically speaking, what is a perfume? So it's essentially a bunch of smelly molecules which have the ability to fly through the air, get into your nose, occupy the receptors, and make your brain have a sensation of a smell. But what is the purpose of the smell? Well, it is especially communication. We have the sense of smell so we can know what's going on in our surroundings, environment. But from the other side, why would a person, an animal, or a plant have the ability to produce smelly molecules? Well, it is for communication. And essentially, there are like 2 or 3 purposes why to communicate through sound. First is to attract pollinators or mates. Second is to warn your surroundings of what's going on with you. For example, when you're hurt, some plants have the ability to warn this. And the third is to actually repel some predators or somebody who is able to hurt you. So imagine if you are a cinnamon tree and a bug climbs up to you, takes a bite of your bark, and then suddenly all of the mouth is full of cinnamon, so probably the bug is not going to take another bite anymore. So the purpose is to repel now, not to kill later. For that purpose, this aroma chemical is actually an irritant. And so when we're talking about perfumes, in the past when people needed aroma chemicals, they had them from plants and spice seeds and flowers and also animals too. But now when the perfume is created from irritants, actually you cannot wear it on the skin because it's going to eat you. Then the mode of wearing perfumes was to actually spray them on napkins and wear them on the pocket so you can occasionally smell it and people around you can smell it when you walk by. But with advancement of technology and especially chemistry, there were new chemicals coming in that people and, perfume creators were able to incorporate into their compositions. And so with advancement of time, they were still better and better and better. And a huge breakthrough in the craft of perfume making was a perfume we probably heard of. It's Chanel No. 5, which was important also for the craft because the author of the perfume was able to use chemicals that were deemed not very possible to use in higher concentrations. And second, because it introduced perfumes to a very, very wide audience. And so there is an urban legend going on about an interview with Coco Chanel. The interviewer asked her, so where is a person supposed to spray the perfume on the body? To which she replied, anywhere you wish to be kissed. And so whether this is true or not, the legend says that from this point on, people tended not to spray the perfumes on napkins or on the clothes, or directly on the skin. But the places are, if you can imagine, the places that are very sensitive to irritation, like it's sensitive places. And so this is the point where people started wearing it on skin, but when it irritates, you cannot wear it so much, so many, many, many restrictions and regulations came into place. And today we have a lot of chemicals that are purely synthetic, and we can use them safely. But still, the topic of my speech is how to wear a perfume. So to get back to that, whenever you choose to wear the perfume on your skin or on your clothes, the main point is, I would say, that the purpose of a fragrance is not to announce your presence, it's just to accompany it. And thank you very much.
So, as a pseudo-French person, I really appreciated that. All right, next we have Just Use UV by Jan. So my new favorite part about the Python community is that the fellow up there just walked down with a list of chemistry jokes. So you guys rock. But I don't think we have time. I'll give you one after this.
Vidím tam. Toto je v pohodě, toto je skvělé. That's not me. So, can we start? How many of you do you know UV? Okay, that's a good number of hands. How about the full thing of Astral using rough? Okay, so I would like to maybe tell you about a tool that I think is really cool to improve our workflows. And this is UV, which is a kind of a little replacement for pip, and rough, which is a replacement for like 90% of the tools that we need, like the MyPy, Flake, and so on. Like the list goes very, very long. What is UV? So UV is a dependency resolver and also a package installer. It claims to be pretty fast, like compared to Poetry, pip, and so on. It's like, yeah, no comparison there. So let's see how it really works. Does it work? So I've already pre-copied the installation script, which you can copy from the website, or you can use pipx install UV. So you can get it to your machine with this command. It runs some script that you should probably not run unless you trust the script, but I do trust it now. So let's start with, so to install, so normally our workflow is to create a virtual environment and so on, and then you start working. So what do? You use Python, the VNV module usually, and you create a .vnv folder with the virtual environment inside, right? It takes a while, it's something crunching, and then you do source, and you
do I? Yeah, you essentially activate the environment. And that's it. And then you can do pip install. And I use a lot of machine learning, so I use Torch, which is this machine learning library. And now you can usually go and take a lot of coffee. Like, one is not enough. It takes a while. It keeps installing and installing. And I don't think I have enough time for this Python talk for this to finish, so I'll just cancel that. So let's deactivate our environment. Now, how about we use UV to create the virtual environment? So UV, VNV. That's it. Bam, we are done. We have a virtual environment installed. Now we can activate it the same way as you have it also listed in the prompt. And it's activated, source when being activate. What is also nice, that the prompt itself gets updated with the name of your folder. So if you have multiple environments, you can kind of get a better idea how it works. So now we have our environment activated. Let's do UV pip install Torch. This is wrong. It's unsatisfiable, of course. So let's pip install Torch properly, which is, that's it. It's installed on my machine now. I can also install, I don't know, IPython. And, well, of course, I cannot do pip IPython. That's not a correct command. But it's UV. You have to prepend the pip with UV. And that's it. You install IPython. And this works. I don't have to probably show you how it works. The cool thing about this now, okay, let's deactivate this. Now, let's remove our virtual environment. Now you're traveling on a plane, right? And you want to create a virtual environment. RM, RF. So how about you do like UV pip, no, not UV pip, UV and V. That creates the environment. And now if you want to UV pip install, normally what would happen with pip is that it would fail to install. But actually I can give it a flag called offline. And let's do Torch. And that's it. I have my Torch installed offline on a plane. And that's the magic of pip, of UV pip. You can also, if you like, I prepared a little like requirements file here, which is very simple, that doesn't contain much. It contains some dependencies like Torch and scikit image. And I can do UV pip compile. Let's do requirements.in, and I will not put anything, but you can stream it to a file, and it automatically also locks the dependencies for these packages, so then you can have more reproducible environments. So, and that's it. Thank you. Please use pip, UV, and use RAF. Those are fantastic tools.
Thank you so much, Jan. Great job. All right, guys, that concludes the lightning talks. Do I tell one more chemistry joke? Or? Yeah, okay, because we have the lovely list. All right, so hold on, I forgot it. I took a photo of him. Okay. Have you heard the one about the chemist who was reading a book about helium? He couldn't put it down. Okay, thank you so much for your participation. Huge round of applause for all the talkers. Great job. Awesome.